హలో చెక్
కరవడతలే కామ్రేడ్ గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్. ఓకే, ఐఎమ్ పల్లె నరసింహ, తెలంగాణ ప్రజానాట్య మండలి, ఇప్టా నేషనల్ సెక్రటరీ అండ్ తెలంగాణ ప్రజానాట్య మండలి స్టేట్ జనరల్ సెక్రటరీ. కామ్రేడ్ ఐఎమ్ లక్ష్మీనారాయణ, రైటర్ అండ్ సింగర్, గణేష్ అండ్ సైదులు అండ్ జానకిరామ్ సార్ అండ్ కుమార్ సార్. అదే తెలుగు సాంగ్స్ మే रिटन बाय इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी. आहा को बोले ओहो, आहा ओहो, सब आहा ओहो, ओहो आहा आहा ओहो, ओहो आहा वारी रंगलना मल्लना హరి హరి బ్రహ్మాండమా అదిలోక సంచారి మద్దుల మావిల్లు మానేరుగడ్డ బుద్ధి నేర్పినవాడా పూనాంచారి విద్య నేర్పినవాడా వీరన్మల్లు. అమ్మా ఆదేవి దండామా భూదేవి దండామా, ఆదేవి దండామా భూదేవి దండామా, ఆదేవి దండామా భూదేవి దండామా, ఆదేవి దండామా భూదేవి దండామా. లోకన కార్మిక నీకల దండామా, లోకల కార్మిక నీకల దండామా, లోకన కార్మిక నీకల దండామా, లోకల కార్మిక నీకల దండామా. దండము దండము రో దేగల కార్మిక, దండము దండము రో దేగల కార్మిక, దండము దండము రో దేగల కార్మిక, దండము దండము రో దేగల కార్మిక. అమ్మలారా అయ్యాలారా హే రామ రామ, అమ్మలారా అయ్యాలారా హే రామ రామ, ఆలకించే పెద్దాలారా హే రామ రామ, చెప్పబోయే కథలోనా హే రామ రామ, తప్పులుంట మళ్ళించుండ్రి హే రామ రామ, నేను కాలి గజ్జగట్టాలేదో హే రామ రామ, మందు తూకాలేదో హే రామ రామ. రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ, అరే రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ, రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ రామ. ఓ प्रजा कलाकार है, प्रजा कलाकार है, तेलंगाना प्रजा नाट्य मंडली हम हिप्ट है, प्रजा कलाकार है, प्रजा कलाकार है, प्रजा कलाकार है, तेलंगाना प्रजा नाट्य मंडली हम हिप्ट है, प्रजा कलाकार है, प्रजा कलाकार है, प्रजा कलाकार है, तेलंगाना प्रजा नाट्य मंडली हम हिप्ट है, प्रजा कलाकार है, प्रजा कलाकार है, प्रजा कलाकार है, तेलंगाना प्रजा नाट्य मंडली में हिट है, प्रजा कलाकार है. गज्जमाटा मा गज्जमाटा, मा गज्जमाटा, मा गज्जमाटा, मा डप्पु मा दरवो, मा डप्पु मा दरवो, मा ढोलु मा डिमकी, मा ढोलु मा डिमकी, मा ढोलु मा डिमकी, मा ढोलु मा डिमकी, मा ढोलु मा डिमकी. పేద ప్రజల బోలే కొలిపే పాట ప్రజా కళాకార है, ప్రజా కళాకార है, తెలంగాణ ప్రజా నాట్య మండలి हम हिप्ट है, प्रजा कलाकार है, प्रजा कलाकार है, प्रजा कलाकार है, तेलंगाना प्रजा नाट्य मंडली हम हिप्ट है, प्रजा कलाकार है, प्रजा कलाकार है, प्रजा कलाकार है, तेलंगाना प्रजा नाट्य मंडली हम हिप्ट है, प्रजा कलाकार है. ओके, हिंदी सांग होना. ओके ओके. ओ हो लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है, लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है, लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है, लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है, जान से भी प्यारा है, खून से भी प्यारा है, लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है, लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है. लाल सलाल सलाम, लाल सलाल सलाम, लाल सलाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाल सलाम, लाल सलाल सलाम, लाल सलाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाल सलाम, लाल सलाल सलाम, लाल सलाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम सलाम, लाल सलाम सलाम, लाल सलाम सलाम, लाल सलाम. ये झंडा है महावीरों का, ये झंडा है
झंडा है शहीदों का, झंडा है शहीदों का,
ये झंडा है महावीरों का, ये झंडा है गरीबों का,
ये झंडा है शहीदों का, ये झंडा है शहीदों का।
मजदूर किसानों की, मजदूर किसानों की खून की निशाना है, लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है, लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है। मेहनत का फल मिलता है, मजदूर को किस्मत खुलती है,
मजदूर की किस्मत खुलती है, मजदूर की किस्मत खुलती है।
ये प्राण को रक्षा रहता है, हर मान का इज्जत आता है,
हर मान का इज्जत होता है, हर मान का इज्जत होता है।
खाना कपड़ा और मकान हंसी खुशी से मिलता है, लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है,
लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है।
लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है,
लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है।
इसी के नीचे मरना है तो इसी के नीचे मरना है,
इसी के नीचे मरना है, इसी के नीचे मरना है।
जीना है तो मरना सीखो, कदम कदम पर लड़ना सीखो,
कदम कदम पर लड़ना सीखो, कदम कदम पर लड़ना सीखो।
ये झंडा के छायों में जीना है या मरना है, लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है,
लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा
है, लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी प्यारा है,
लाल लाल झंडा है, जान से भी
प्यारा है। लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम, लाल सलाम,
लाल सलाम सलाम, लाल सलाम सलाम, लाल सलाम।
AIPS जिंदाबाद,
जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद,
AIPS जिंदाबाद,
जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद,
AIPS जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद,
AIPS जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद,
AIPS जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद,
AIPS जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद।
AIPS लड़ाई लड़ने मट्टी जिंदा है, रंदीपद को लिया है, जलते दिलों का गुलाम गिरों का एक किया है, झंडा लहराया है, एक किया है, झंडा लहराया है, एक किया है, झंडा लहराया है। AIPS जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद,
AIPS जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब
जिंदाबाद, AIPS जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद,
AIPS जिंदाबाद,
इनकलाब जिंदाबाद। आजादी का खून बनाए बलिदानों का प्रेरण दिया है, विक्रा कुंजी किया त्यागो, व्यर्थ नवो संसार को बोला है, व्यर्थ नवो संसार को बोला है, व्यर्थ नवो संसार को बोला है। AIPS जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद, AIPS जिंदाबाद, इनकलाब जिंदाबाद। ओ पोल खोला है। सरकारी क्षेत्र तोड़ने वाले विश्व व्यापार का पोल खोला है। शासन के पीड़न करने वाले पूंजीवादों का साजिश तोड़ा है। पूंजीवादों का साजिश तोड़ा है। पूंजीवादों का साजिश तोड़ा है।
AIBA जिंदाबाद, इंकलाब जिंदाबाद, AIBA जिंदाबाद, इंकलाब जिंदाबाद। ओ
करने की लूटने रोककर राष्ट्रीयकरणों हासिल किया है। कंदी पे लाल झंडा संकटों का सवाल किया है। संकटों का सवाल किया है। संकटों का सवाल किया है।
AIBA जिंदाबाद, इंकलाब जिंदाबाद, AIBA जिंदाबाद, इंकलाब जिंदाबाद।
सरकार प्राइवेट मिली भगत बैंकों का कब्जा महसूस किया है। सरकार प्राइवेट मिली भगत बैंकों का कब्जा महसूस किया है। फिर वही क्रांति प्रेरण लेकर संगम करने तैयार खड़ा है। संग्राम करने तैयार खड़ा है। संग्राम करने तैयार खड़ा है।
AIBA जिंदाबाद, इंकलाब जिंदाबाद, AIBA जिंदाबाद, इंकलाब जिंदाबाद। ओ
जिंदाबाद, इंकलाब जिंदाबाद, AIBA
जिंदाबाद, AIBA जिंदाबाद, AIBA जिंदाबाद, AIBA जिंदाबाद, AIBA जिंदाबाद।
एक कलाकार जो है बहुत नीचे तबके से आए हैं, आपके तालियां कम नहीं हुए और जोर से बजाइए। हैदराबाद से आए आपके लिए, थैंक यू। लाल झंडा ఉందా? कॉमरेड्स, आपके लिए एक क्या कहते हैं कि इतना जोश आप में भर जाएगा कि तेलंगाना के तेलुगु के जो पॉपुलर एंथम बन गया अपना क्रांतिकारियों का, वो गाना पल्ले नरसिम्हा आप गाने जा रहे हैं। जोर से तालियों से उनको प्रोत्साहन कीजिए। लाल झंडा संग, चलो कमान।
శ్రమజీవుల కులకై అసువులు బాసిన అమరులారా ఓ అందుకోండి అరుణారుణ వందనాలు। మీ త్యాగ ఫలం మీ కర్మ ఫలం వృథా కానియం। ఎర్ర జెండా సాక్షిగా ఎర్ర జెండె నీయలో ఎర్రెర్రనిది జెండె నీయలో ఎర్ర జెండె నీయలో ఎర్రెర్రనిది జెండె నీయలో ఎర్ర జెండె ఎర్రెర్రనిది జెండె నీయలో ఎర్ర జెండె నీయలో ఎర్రెర్రనిది జెండె నీయలో జెండె నీయలో ఎర్రెర్రనిది జెండె నీయలో
జెండె నీయలో
ఎర్రెర్రనిది జెండె నీయలో అరే ఎర్ర జెండె నీయలో ఎర్రెర్రనిది జెండె నీయలో
జెండె నీయలో
ఎర్రనిది జెండె నీయలో ఎర్రెర్రనిది జెండె నీయలో
జెండె నీయలో
అరే దోస్తర దీనందమా దోస్తి గట్టుకుందమా
దోస్తర దీనందమా దోస్తి గట్టుకుందమా
దోస్తర దీ అరే కామ్రేడ్ క్లాప్ ప్లీజ్ అరే దోస్తర దీనందమా గట్టుకుందమా
దోస్తర దీనందమా దోస్తి గట్టుకుందమా
అరే దోస్తర దీనందమా దోస్తి గట్టుకుందమా
దోస్తర దీనందమా దోస్తి గట్టుకుందమా
అరే అలై బలై తీసుకొని ఆటలాడుకుందమా
అలై బలై తీసుకొని ఆటలాడుకుందమా
అరే ఆటలాడుకుందమా పాట పాడుకుందమా
ఆటలాడుకుందమా పాట పాడుకుందమా
ముంబై బగారాల మనం ఏఐపిఏ జెండాలెత్తుదమా దోస్తర దీన్ దోస్తర దీనందమా దోస్తి గట్టుకుందమా
దోస్తర దీనందమా దోస్తి గట్టుకుందమా
అరే దోస్తర దీనందమా దోస్తి గట్టుకుందమా
దోస్తర దీనందమా దోస్తి గట్టుకుందమా
తెలంగాణ గట్టు మీద సందమమయ్యో ఒలా సందమమయ్యా
తెలంగాణ గట్టు మీద సందమమయ్యో
ఒలా సందమమయ్యా అరే తల్లి మల్లి చెట్టుకేమో సందమమయ్యో ఒలా సందమమయ్యా
మళ్ళీ మళ్ళీ చెట్టుకేమో సందమమయ్యో అలా సందమమయ్యా
అరే తెలంగాణ గట్టు మీద తల్లి మల్లి చెట్టుకేమో ఎర్రమల్లెలు పూసెనంట ఎర్రమల్లెల పరిమళాలు వెదజల్లే పల్లె పల్లె ఎర్రమల్లెల పరిమళాలు సందమమయ్యో ఒలా సందమమయ్యా
రామల పరిమళాలు సందమమయ్యో
ఒలా సందమమయ్యా అరే వెదజల్లే పల్లె పల్లె సందమమయ్యో ఒలా సందమమయ్యా వెదజల్లే పల్లె పల్లె
సందమమయ్యో అలా సందమమయ్యా
అరే తెలంగాణ గట్టు మీద తల్లి మల్లి చెట్టుకేమో ఎర్రమల్లెలు పూసెనంట ఎర్రమల్లెల పరిమళాలు వెదజల్లే పల్లె పల్లె పూసె కొద్ది పూసెనంట సందమమయ్యో ఒలా సందమమయ్యా పూసె కొద్ది పూసెనంట సందమమయ్యో
అలా సందమమయ్యా
అరే కాసె కొద్ది కాసెనంట సందమమయ్యో ఒలా సందమమయ్యా
కాసే కొద్ది కాసేనంట సందమమయ్యో అలా సందమమయ్యా
ఓకే కామ్రేడ్ థ్యాంక్ యూ ఆహా
ఓహో
అరే ప్లీజ్ కామ్రేడ్ ఓహో ఆహా
ఓహో
ఓహో ఏఐపిఎస్ జిందాబాద్
జిందాబాద్ జిందాబాద్
ఏఐపిఎస్ జిందాబాద్
జిందాబాద్ జిందాబాద్
అరే ఇంక్విలాబ్ జిందాబాద్
జిందాబాద్ జిందాబాద్
ఓకే థ్యాంక్ యూ కామ్రేడ్స్
థ్యాంక్ యూ ఎవ్రీబడి
హలో హలో అరే ఆహా ఓహో అరే వెంకటాచలం సార్
ఆహా
Comrades. No, foreign delegates are coming. On the way, some traffic problem. You know, this is Mumbai. The bus, there is some difficulty. They are reaching any time. So kindly cooperate. In the meantime, some Aibea songs will be played. And after that, officially will begin. Kindly cooperate. Okay?
We know and all know life is free of workers being saved under Aibea flag, which is the reading of our hearts. We know and all know life is free of workers being saved under Aibea flag, which is the reading of our hearts.
In service for society.
Front for back everywhere, Aibea soldiers, Aibea, Aibea, Aibea. Colored flags are flying in the hands of Aibea warriors, all alert, alive, ready for sacrifice, shouting tranquil march on. Colored flags are flying in the hands of Aibea warriors, all alert, alive, ready for sacrifice, shouting tranquil march on.
In society for improvement.
Front or back everywhere, Aibea soldiers, Aibea, Aibea, Aibea. The rising sun of dawn sky, Aibea. The loving organization of bank employees, Aibea, Aibea,
Comrade, today at 7:30, there will be a cultural program by you people. Orchestra has been provided, I told you in the morning. So those who want to say aha oho, tayar kar lo, naam de do, and you can sing here. But by singing, you should not drive anybody. Okay? People should be attracted. So those who are talented people, kindly give your name. 7:30 today.
च्या लाभासाठी जनतेचा पैसा जनतेसाठी हा विचार पोचवू घरोघरी संघर्ष पोचवू घरोघरी तुफान एकजुटीचे आता जागोजागी धडकले निशाण AIBA चे भारतभर फडकले निशाण AIBA चे भारतभर फडकले. सरकारांनी धनवंतांनी दमनाची दडपणे आणली. लवाद आणि खटल्यांची मालिका उभारली. आव्हाने परतून लावूनी संघर्षातून सारी जिंकून करार द्विपक्षी एकीचे शस्त्र धडकले. निशाण AIBA चे भारतभर फडकले. निशाण AIBA चे भारतभर फडकले. निजीकरणाचे वारे आले. कर्ज बुडव्यांनी घर पोखरले. उठले पेटून जनतेचे सेवक. जिंदाबादचे नारे घुमले. जनतेसाठी लढवय्यांचे एकजुटीने रान पेटले. भ्रष्ट इरादे करणाऱ्यांचे काळीज धडधडले. निशाण AIBA चे भारतभर फडकले. निशाण AIBA चे भारतभर फडकले. कर्तव्य बजावू हक्कही मिळवू दृढ निश्चय संघटनेचा. होऊ निरक्षक पळवू भक्षक निर्धारे AIBA चा. हित देशाचे हित जनतेचे जाण ठेवतो आम्ही. एकी पाहून विरोधकांचे मनसुबे अडकले. निशाण AIBA चे भारतभर फडकले. निशाण AIBA चे भारतभर फडकले. निशाण AIBA चे भारतभर फडकले.
İnkılap zindabad zindabad İnkılap zindabad zindabad AIBA zindabad zindabad AKBA zindabad zindabad İnkılap zindabad zindabad
Some traffic hold up. Yeah, please come. ML. Yeah, they have come. Comrade, we are now starting the inaugural public session of the 29th Conference of All India Bank Employees Association. At the outset, I request and invite our beloved President, Comrade Rajan Nagar, to take the seat and conduct the proceedings of the inaugural session. Comrade Rajan Nagar. Comrade, please. Take it. Please, comrades. Comrade, please. Sab baad mein. We are very happy that our request, a eminent personality, Comrade P. Sainath, is a well-known journalist. He has agreed to be the chairman of the reception committee, and I have great pleasure in inviting and requesting Comrade P. Sainath to come and occupy his chair. Comrade Sainath. Now I have great pleasure in inviting our beloved leader of the All India Trade Union Congress, the leading light of trade union movement today in our country, and the comrade who is leading 1,47 members of the All India Trade Union Congress, Comrade Amarjit Kaur, our beloved leader, to come to the dais. Oh, Kutaksi, malum hai. Now it's a matter of great pride and pleasure for me to invite and request the leader of the World Federation of Trade Unions, the General Secretary of the World Federation of Trade Unions, our beloved leader, Comrade Pompeius Christus, to kindly come to the dais. Please come. We have special guest today. Today morning we deliberated and we are acclaiming the heroic struggle of the farmers, the Kisans of our country, who could succeed in pushing the government back. And one of the leaders of that Samyukta Kisan Morcha, one of the leaders who led the struggle and discussed with the government, Comrade Sukhdev Singh is here. I could request Comrade Sukhdev Singh to come to the dais. Give him a big hand, comrades. All of us believe in Aibea about unity of the bank employees. And today to represent and manifest that united movement of the All India, of the United Forum of Bank Employees, we have great pleasure that we have the convener of the United Forum of Bank Union, our beloved Comrade Bandish with us. I request Comrade Bandish to come to the dais. We have our foreign guests. I will invite one by one, they will all join. Comrade Solomon from Malaysia. And his entire team, all the Malaysian delegates, please come. All the Malaysian delegates, please come. After the sitting, we'll get started. We have from Sri Lanka the leaders of the Ceylon Bank Employees Union, who are very, very close to All India Bank Employees Association, led by the President, Comrade Dissanayake, the General Secretary and other leaders. The Sri Lankan delegation kindly come to the dais. Dissanayake, I told. Yeah. No, backside, second row. Come. For the first time in Aibea conference, we have our colleague from Brazil, from Latin America. A great pleasure in inviting our sister, our leader of the Brazil Bank Employees Union, Comrade Ivania Pereira, and other members of the Brazil delegation to come to the dais. Comrade Ivania Pereira and all the Brazil delegates. Okay. We have delegation from Syria, led by Comrade Abdul Qadir Nahas. I request Comrade Abdul Qadir and all the delegates from Syria to kindly come to the dais. From Mauritius we have, oh band karo bhai. Hello, yes? Yeah, you talk to me, I'm in a meeting, I'll talk to you. Yeah. From Mauritius, Comrade Radhakrishna Sadain, I request him to come to the dais. From Mauritius, somewhere on the way, they will join. Malaysia, Mela Wanga. He knows Tamil, that's why. From Egypt, we have our delegation led by Comrade Shaban Abdul Wakil, a 4-member delegation. I request Comrade Shaban Abdul Wakil and the Egyptian delegation to come to the dais. Yeah, they are coming. We have a very unique special guest from Palestine. We love Palestine. They are fighting for their homeland. We know the struggles and sacrifices of the Palestinian people. We have our comrade sister Susan from Palestine. We have our old friendly association from Bangladesh and the leader, Comrade Wajidul Islam Khan. He will reach. Yeah, some are coming. Okay. Then from Nepal, we have 7-member delegation led by Comrade Yogendra Bahadur Singh, the chairman of the union, Bank Union. Please come, please come. Wajid has come. We have from Cyprus, Comrade Petros. Comrade Petros from Cyprus, please come to the dais. Then we have a very young comrade from Denmark, Comrade Emil Olsen. He is the International Secretary of the Youth Council of the World Federation of Trade Union. He was in our youth convention also. Very young comrade. Yeah, please come, Nepal. There are 39 international delegates to our conference. We are very happy to have Comrade Rajesh Kumar, the General Secretary of the All India LIC Employees Federation. I request him to come to the dais. Oh, Binay has come. We are very happy that our beloved leader, voice of the bank employees in Parliament, voice of the workers in Parliament, honorable member of the Parliament, our own Comrade Binay Viswam has come. He will be talking tomorrow in this delegate session. Comrade Binay Viswam, Member of Parliament, please come. I always tell he is our son-in-law because his wife is a bank employee. We are happy to have Comrade Trilok Singh, General Secretary of the General Insurance Employees All India Association from GIC. I request him to come to the dais. We are happy to have Comrade S.C. Jain, the General Secretary of the All India Bank Retirees Federation. He has come here at our request. I request Comrade Jain to come to the dais. Yeah, please come. Please come. Please. And carefully bring him. He has got leg problem. Carefully. Hey Kundar, unko assist kar lo. Please come. Okay, no, I have not read. Then we have Comrade Sanjay Khan from the All India Bank Officer Association. I request him to come to the dais. Then we have Comrade Patel from the Joint Trade Union Action Committee in Maharashtra. I request Comrade Patel to come to the dais. All have come? Okay. Tuljapur, all have come? Yeah. Now we can garland them. Let's start. Okay. Yeah. Rajan, you sit. Huh? Yeah. Oh, forgot. We are also very, very happy that Comrade Balchandra Congo, Vice Chairman of the Reception Committee. I'm sorry I missed his name because jumble ho gaya. So I request Comrade Congo to kindly come to the dais. No, first they will clear that video, then Maharashtra. Now listen to the video as a mark of beginning of the inaugural session. Yeah, shuru kar lo. Sound. Yeah, please come. Please. They are from Brazil. Yeah, play that, Baba. We'll begin with a song on Maharashtra Mata.
हेलो ठीक हेलो महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा भद्रा गोदावरी रेवा वरदा कृष्ण पोयना भद्रा गोदावरी एकपणाचे भरती पाणी मातीच्या घागरी एकपणाचे भरती पाणी मातीच्या घागरी भीमथडीच्या तट्टानाया भीमथडीच्या तट्टानाया यमुनेचे पाणी पाजा जय महाराष्ट्र माझा जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा भीतीन आम्हा तुझी मुळी गडगडणाऱ्या नभा भीतीन आम्हा तुझी मुळी गडगडणाऱ्या नभा अस्मानीच्या सुलतानीला जबाब देती जिभा अस्मानीच्या सुलतानीला सह्याद्रीचा शिव गर्जतो सह्याद्रीचा शिव गर्जतो शिवशंभू राजा दरी दरीतून नाद गुंजला महाराष्ट्र माझा जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा काळ्या छातीवरी कोरली अभिमानाची लेणी काळ्या छातीवरी कोरली अभिमानाची लेणी ओलादी मनगटे खेळती खेळ जीव घेणी ओलादी मनगटे खेळती खेळ जीव घेणी दारिद्र्याच्या उन्हात शिजला निधळाच्या घामाने भिजला देश गौरवासाठी झिजला देश गौरवासाठी झिजला दिल्लीतेही तक्त राखितो महाराष्ट्र माझा जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now all our honored guests will be garlanded, and after that, President will take over and conduct the proceedings. Please, Tuljapur. Nandu Chavan, Shankar, please come. Other leaders of Maharashtra Federation, jaldi karo. Comrade, we are very happy today. It is the birthday of our beloved Comrade P. Sainath today. So from the entire All India Bank Employees Association, we greet him, wish him a happy birthday and many happy returns of the day to fight for the people of this country. Nandu Chavan. by the time the garland and honor were guests, I think I'll take this time to tell you why we are so happy to have Comrade Sainath as the reception committee chairman. Number one, by himself, is a fighter for the cause of the underprivileged people. And so we also share the same perception. So we are one in that. Secondly, please. Secondly, Comrade Sainath is the grandson of the former President of India, Sri V.V. Giri. That is not that. We have special regard for Sri V.V. Giri. In 1954, at that time the Labour Appellate Tribunal, Satri Award reduced the salary of the bank employees. So Aibea fought and it was referred to Labour Appellate Tribunal. LAT award came restoring the wage cut. But unfortunately, the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru succumbed to the pressures of the bankers and nullified LAT award. On that issue, again the illegal action of the government of India, bank employees went on strike. That was the first strike of the Aibea in 23rd September 1954. At that time, our great leader V.V. Giri sir was the Labour Minister. Many people supported from outside, S.A. Donge, so many people. But there was one man in the cabinet, that was V.V. Giri. He said, Aibea is correct, government is wrong, I am resigning my Labour Ministry post. That brought pressure on the government because V.V. Giri was a heavyweight minister, Labour Minister. Later he became President of India. When he resigned, Nehruji came under pressure and ultimately Nehruji came to the parliament and said, I do not want to confront the Aibea. Whatever I said earlier, cancelling the LAT award, I withdraw that, LAT will be implemented. That is why we are so respectful to Sri V.V. Giri, and his grandson is no different, fighting for justice and truth. That's why especially we are very proud that Sainath is the chairman of the reception committee today.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Please sit.
Yeah.
You see, Central Bank GMHR, Madam Poppy Sharma, through your company. Is a lady executive like me.
नहीं है, नहीं है।
Comrade, Yeah. At the end, I have to garland two people. One is Comrade Nandu Chavan, President, Maharashtra State Bank Employees Federation. And the architect of this conference, General Secretary of the Maharashtra State Bank Employees Federation, Comrade Tuljapurkar. President will take over now.
Thank you. Comrades, we have already begun our open session and conducted few programs. We are already late also. First of all, we are fortunate enough that Comrade P. Sainath, a famous journalist and also raising the issues of the common people, working class, downtrodden people, and is a very respectful man for us. We are fortunate enough that he has accepted that be a chairman of our reception committee of this conference, in which about 3,000 delegates and observers from all over India are attending. I request Comrade P. Sainath, Chairman of Reception Committee, to give his welcome address.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to have been asked to be the chairman of the reception committee of your 29th conference. I'm not sure I deserve the honor, but I am absolutely honored. I have never before accepted such a role in any program or activity, but when the request came from the All India Bank Employees Association, for me that was a command. For me, the AIBEA is not only the frontline defender of huge public money and public savings. The unknown role of the bank unions is also known to me because I work with them as a journalist, is that they have been the frontline signalers of rural distress and the agrarian crisis in this country. Whether it was the demonetization crisis, when comrades like Dhananjay Kulkarni and others took me around the villages of Marathwada to show me what was happening on the ground, or even much earlier, people like Comrade Devidas Tuljapurkar, because of whom I did some of the biggest stories I ever did in my life, and also got a substantial number of bank employees into trouble by doing those stories, including Comrade Devidas. Look, 400,000 farmers have taken their own lives in distress in the last 22 years. India at 75 is a more unequal country than we have been since 1921. You know, you look at the indicators and indices. Your meeting, your conference is convening at an extremely important time in your history. Your 75th year of independence, at a time when in every indicator but one, India is doing disgracefully. In the Human Development Report, the Human Development Index of the United States, this country, fifth largest economy in the world, going to be $5 trillion economy by 2025, your country stands at 132 rank out of, it stands at a rank of 132 out of 191 nations. 132 in human development. Second, we can lie to ourselves as much as we want. You know, we can tell ourselves, as the government insists, only 486,000 people died in COVID. Every authoritative source, Johns Hopkins University, Medical University, Lancet, WHO, tells you lost between 2.5 and 4.5 million human lives in the COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah, and you know who those people were who died? Who were those who suffered the heaviest losses? By the way, your media does not even tell you that more than 750 journalists died in the COVID-19 pandemic. More than 7. These were, you know, poorly paid stringers in the districts, taluka towns. Journalists taking home 5,000 rupees, 6,000 rupees a month. More than 750 died. Anyway, Human Development Index, India, 132 out of 191. In the Global Hunger Index, of the International Food Policy Research Institute, India has fallen to an all-time low of 107 out of 121 nations. Rwanda and Ethiopia are ahead of us in handling hunger. In the World Press Freedom Index, in the last 3 years, first we fell to 142 out of 188, out of 180 nations. But in the last 24 months, we have fallen to 161 out of 188 nations in the world in press freedom. But we rank number 3 in the world in the Forbes list of billionaires. In the Forbes list of dollar billionaires. We have far more dollar billionaires than Japan and Canada put together. That's how inequality has grown in this country. And you know, you can track it. And once again, it's going to be the job of the bank unions to tell us which way we are going. I have always maintained that if the Indian economy did not collapse completely, its banking system did not collapse the way the West did in 2008, the Wall Street collapse. Mr. P. Chidambaram boasted it was because of the fiscal prudence shown by the government of which he was finance minister that India escaped the fate of other countries. India escaped the fate because for years before that, bank employees and officers' unions resisted the privatization, the Rangarajan committee. You did not allow the Indian banks to come under a regime which destroyed all those banks across the United States. And again, you're the first people I think of when I see the collapse of SVB, when I see the collapse of 23 banks across the United States. Had you allowed the government to carry through its Rangarajan and other recommendations, all of us would be in the same situation as tens of millions of people are in other countries. But we are number 3 in the Forbes billionaires list. Let me tell you something about that list. In 1991 up to 1993, India had $0 billionaires, zero. Then we embraced neoliberalism. We embraced the brave new world, liberalization, globalization, privatization. In 1994, we got 3 billionaires. By 2012, we had 53 billionaires. Okay? And it was a rapid growth. In 23 years, we got $56 billionaires. Then Mr. Modi came. And he said, what is this record? In the next 9 years, we went from $56 billionaires to $166 billionaires. In Mr. Modi's 9 years, this country added $110 billionaires, or on average, we minted one new dollar billionaire every 20 days. Every 20 days. The Forbes indicate, now all the other lists, Global Hunger Index, Government of India says these are conspiracies. They're all conspiracies. 188 other nations in the world have no work for the last 10 years but to conspire against India. They're also jealous. They're such wonderful people. Yeah. But they do not question the Forbes index. They're very proud of it. They added 1 billionaire every 20 days for 9 years. By 2021, we had 140 billionaires, having added 42 in 1 year. It took 23 years to create 56 billionaires. In 1 year, the Modi government created 42. And in 9 years, in the last, you can also mark the trajectory of who the billionaires were. In 2013, before Mr. Modi came, there was a gentleman whose net worth was $3.8 billion. A billionaire, but a humble billionaire. Only $3.8 billion. And his name was Gautam Adani. In November 2022, the billionaire who was worth $3.8 billion in 2013 was worth $134.2 billion. In 10 years, he went from $3.8 billion worth. These are all the figures of Forbes, and Mr. Adani does not contradict them. Meaning, in 9 years of the Modi government, Mr. Adani's wealth went up 3,400%. Incidentally, from 2019, his wealth went up by 1,500%. When Elon Musk managed only 1,000%. But we are the greatest, right? We are number one in everything. In self-aggrandizement, accumulation, concentration of wealth in a few hands. So Mr. Adani added that. Then, of course, the whole roof collapsed in January this year with the Hindenburg report and subsequently others coming out with stories. But look at what is happening. When major public institutions are collapsing for lack of funds, the government of India will not help them. However, after Mr. Adani is exposed, his scam is exposed, LIC and SBI put billions of rupees more into Mr. Adani. Now, personally, let me declare a vested interest. 43 years of being a professional journalist, whatever little savings I have are all in public sector investments, especially LIC and SBI PPF, Provident Fund. So I want you guys to keep my money safe. And, after the scam, putting billions of rupees in Adani, is like investing in the Titanic between the first iceberg and the second iceberg. Right? But this is what the situation in your country is, that a government can shamelessly, a person who has destroyed so much public money, what LIC alone had some 36,000 crores loss on what this chap did, and you're putting more money there. By the way, in 2013, as I said, I did one of my biggest stories, which was not possible without AIB. The Bank of Maharashtra, which I had a special interest in. I am a journalist who covers rural India. I cover deprivation. I cover rural distress. I cover farmers' agitations and farmers and agricultural laborers and workers. In 2013, the Bank of Maharashtra was about to die because its chairman and a couple of others were about to give a gigantic loan to Mr. Vijay Mallya of Kingfisher. Okay? And one of the AIBA leaders came to me and said, please, you have to do a story on this. It will destroy your bank, Bank of Maharashtra, which is a bank of small farmers, government employees, workers, teachers, pensioners, retirees. It's a small bank of small people. And this money was already they had given him 150 crores. Now, if a bank like Bank of Maharashtra gives 1,500 crores and does not get it back, it's going to be dead. Anyway, I got all the documents, everything, from the workman director, from the employee director on the bank board, who came to my office, explained it to me because I am not a technical expert on banking and everything. And it was so clear that it was a fraud that we worked on it for nearly 3 weeks, and then I carried the story on the front page of the Hindu. He had to return that money, but more importantly, after that, Kingfisher never got another paisa of public money. Mr. Vijay Mallya, though, was allowed to run away to London, where he is living in a Mayfair flat, and the government has not brought him back. Okay? Now, at that time, Mr. Vijay Mallya was a great hero. By the way, victimization began immediately after the story appeared. I think 7 employees were punished. One went from being in chief of, very important in credit in Bangalore. He was transferred to a little place in, I think in Vidarbha, Nagpur or someplace like that. But they got all, in every case, they got the wrong person. They got the wrong person, they could not trace the correct source. Finally, they did. And since it is now 10 years, I can tell you that the correct source of the man who saved so much public money from Kingfisher was Devidas Tuljapurkar. He was the workman director. He was the employee director on the... Now let me tell you something very important happened after that. After that, Modi government came and they never appointed employee directors again. For 10 years now, there are no employee directors on the boards of the public sector banks. For 10 years. Maybe you should blame Devidas for that. But there has not been an employee director since then. Yeah. So this is my association with when the demonetization and the credit crisis, also the debt crisis was growing. From the decade of the first decade of this century, it was bank employees who were helping me wherever I went. Aurangabad, Vidarbha, Andhra, where farmers were taking their lives in thousands. I remember Dhananjay and Devidas directing me to a part of Maharashtra. At the height of the debt crisis, SBI gave a special loan to the millionaires of Aurangabad to buy 166 Mercedes-Benz in one day. 166 Mercedes-Benz were bought by the, and they boasted, we have put Aurangabad on the map. I thought that Ajanta, Ellora and all that, they were already on the map. But anyway, they said we put. This 166 Mercedes-Benz were sold, at a discount by the Mercedes-Benz company, and secondly, by the bank giving, the chief of the bank, only the chief of the bank could do it, by giving a special interest rate of 8% for buying Mercedes-Benz, and the same bank and the same branches were giving tractor loans to peasants committing suicide at 16%. 16%. 16% for a tractor and 8% for a Mercedes-Benz. This has been going on now in your country for 25, 30 years in the period we began the liberalization. So, as I say, at around that same time, the demonetization occurred. The Osmanabad DCC bank collapsed. And I was educated by the comrades of the bank employees unions on how crop loans were converted into long-term loans, hugely multiplying the debt burden on the peasant, on the farmer. They were converting crop loans into long-term loans, and the interest rate, the interest burden doubled, trebled, and people were killing. Farmers were, you know it as well, better than I do, farmers were killing themselves. All these stories we did those days in the Hindu, and after that in my own People's Archive of Rural India. The education on that came, as I said, I see you as the frontline signalers of rural distress. Again, I think that the bank employees' unions played a hugely positive role, actually giving substance to the talk of Workers and Peasants Alliance. In 2018, when the historic long march of the peasantry took place from Nashik to Mumbai, 182 kilometers in 40 degrees heat, 40,000 farmers marched barefoot. At this end, in Mumbai, the insurance unions, but foremost bank unions, organized lunch, dinner, camps, food, water, along with many other unions. But they were always the first to come forward. In 2018, when 100,000 farmers marched on Parliament in November 2018, farmers came from 22 states. The bank officers union and the bank employees unions had set up the food stalls and the water stalls in Jantar Mantar and to receive farmers from 22 states. When the great Kisan Andolan at the gates of Delhi, for me, please, your media have never told you this. The Kisan Andolan with comrades like this, it was the biggest peaceful mass protest against inequality in the world at the height of the pandemic. Let me give you a comparison. Previously, the very famous fight against inequality was Occupy Wall Street, where several thousand techies, middle class, educated people gathered and occupied Zuccotti Park in Wall Street. They lasted 9 weeks. And then they were thrown out by the police, by the New York police. The Kisan Andolan lasted 53 weeks and won their demand and showed the rest of the world the meaning of the word resistance. Yeah. And again, wherever we were trying to mobilize to support the Andolan, of all the unions that came forward, the bank unions were the first. They were always there, the first to support us. And that is why I am here today to welcome you, not just to welcome you to enjoy yourselves, which I hope you do, I'm sure you will, but to also warn you that equally great challenges and responsibilities lie ahead of you. It is you who are going to have to be the guardian of public finances, to let us know whose money they are taking and where they are putting it. Yeah, it's astonishing that even the ministry data, government data, the CMI data are showing us there is a collapse of demand in the lower end of the spectrum, even in the consumerism, even in the consumer markets. Luxury cars and SUVs are selling like anything, but two-wheelers are not selling. Okay? You are in this period of extreme inequality. And they are also going to launch an assault with AI and artificial intelligence and everything. They're going to launch that assault on your jobs. They're going to launch that assault on your jobs as well. Now, I'm there for whatever it's worth and with you. But more important, that you are there for the whole country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sainath ji. And he has wisely narrated the situation and also challenges ahead of us. Our conference will take note of it. We are fighting since last 31 years. The assault on the public sector banking, government's continuous attempt to privatize the banking sector completely. Last 31 years, we are facing this challenge, and through many strike actions, we have gone for 53 days strike, not continuously, but over a period. We organized Parliament Morcha and also campaign against the policy of the government to privatize the banking industry. So far we are resisting, and we have determination to resist for a longer period, continue to resist it. And we are getting supports from our right-thinking people, and we hope that your today's input will also strengthen our agitation, our understanding, our willingness to fight and face the challenges the days to come. And virtually, now government has taken a decision as because unions are opposing the government policy, raising the questions of their on policies and also increasing NPA, bad loans in banking industry, and all the laws which are passed by this government just to help the loot, not to recover. The insolvency bankruptcy court, the last one, we all understand that this is not to recover the money, public money, but to resolve and give the haircut or concession in recovery to the corporate houses. And because of that, government policy, bankers, Aibea, all are attacking us. Recruitment is not there. Adequate recruitment commensurate with the growth of the industry is not there. Our rights are being attacked. Industrial Dispute Act is not honored. Settlements are not honored by bankers. That is also on dictate of the Finance Ministry. They want to silence our voice. And for that, they have adopted the process of deunionization. So we are facing these challenges, and it is our conference in Bombay, which is a capital of finance capital in our country, and banks which are dealing the social capital and loot of that social capital, Aibea will not allow. Unitedly we will fight, and unitedly we will resist. We are fortunate and very encouraged by your speech. We have also learned many things, and surely your inspiring speech will help us, help this conference to take the right decision at right times. Today, the inaugurator of this conference is a very well-known personality, very well-known to us. Comrade Amarjit Kaur, the leader of the working class, General Secretary of All India Trade Union Congress, which was instrumental in formation of All India Bank Employees Association, and always guide us, all the leaders. They guide us and they helped us in carry forward our struggle. So this is the time. Now I request Comrade Amarjit Kaur to inaugurate this conference and give the valuable input to us.
Comrade President, all the leaders on the dais, fraternal delegates, General Secretary of World Federation Trade Union, of which AITUC happens to be one of the founder organization, Comrade Pambes, and all the comrades, delegates from all over India who have come here. We are meeting in Mumbai, and in one of the messages in the preparation of the conference from AIBEA came that this 29th conference is being held in the city where AITUC was founded. AITUC was founded in Bombay in 1920 on 31st October. And the founder president was great freedom fighter Lala Lajpat Rai in that founding conference. Comrade Sainath's grandfather, Comrade V.V. Giri also, was president of AITUC once. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru also became chairperson of AITUC, and Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was also AITUC president once. And AITUC founded in 1920 is not a history beginning for the labor movement from 1920. I am purposely speaking all this to you in this inaugural address, because what the chairperson of reception committee has thrown the light on several things, and having expectations from you to carry forward the struggle, that has a meaning. That means we have also to understand who we are. We, the trade unionists, holding the flag of unions, who we are. If we understand our past, our struggles, the sacrifices of our predecessors, the dreams they had, vision they had, then we will better understand how to meet with the present day challenges. So 1920 was not a sudden foundation. The battle began from 19th century. When the world over, the battle cry was, fix the working hours for us. Don't treat us as animals. We are human beings, so 24 hours should be divided, 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest and leisure with the family, and then 8 and 8 leisure and the rest, and 8 hours for work. That battle cry which began the world over, all of us know Chicago incident of 1st May 86, when the battle began. 4 days after, bomb was exploded there with conspiracy of employers, and leaders were arrested. 4 of them hanged, 2 of them life imprisonment, 2 of them died in the jail itself during imprisonment. And in 1889, in the Workers' Association's conference happening at international level, it was decided that May Day should be remembered and it should be observed the world over. And since then, the working class continued its struggle, dignity to labor, fixed working hours, proper wages, workplace safety, and future security. Present social security and future security. It was then onwards in India, the unionization had started from 1870 onwards. Prior to that, unions were being formed on the basis of communities, but 1870 onwards, the unions started getting formed in India on sector basis. So railways, postal, tea plantations, coffee plantation, jute, textile, and every kind of work which was going on, unionization began. And those unions had big battles, beginning with first strike in 1827 by workers of India when they did not know what union is. They continued the battle. So the working class of India, the Adivasis of India, and the Kisans of India, the farmers of India, these were the three sections which were first to raise their voices and to build movement against British rule. So the environment to begin with the opposition to colonial rule in our country came from these three sections. And these three sections today are once again put into great challenge. After 1857, first war of independence was crushed by the Britishers. From 1861, as I told you, sectoral unions had not begun. It was the workers who had dozens of strikes that whole of till 1900, that whole period. So the political environment was created by whom? By workers, by Adivasis, and by farmers. They created political background for political opposition to the British Raj. And in 1900 onwards, in 20th century, the freedom movement had a lot to learn from the working class. How to move about, how to agitate, how to do mass mobilizations. Working class was getting inspired from the freedom movement, and the freedom movement was having influence on it of the working class movement. It was a beautiful combination. This I am iterating today. Why? Because sometimes when we raise questions, fighting back the regimes, their policies, then we are told you are doing politics. And it's not only those making opposition to our fights and struggles by terming you are doing political activity. Even sometimes in the union ranks, certain people say, "Arey, ye politics ho jayega." Let me tell you, you should know, you began with politics. Politics of justice, politics of human rights, not to be treated as animals. Rather, we should say the labor movement gave a discourse of human rights to the civil society, to the civilization. So understand what is our past. Whenever freedom movement was little lull, it was the trade union movement which kept the light on. That is what we have to remember. Also remember, after foundation of AITUC in 1920, it's a mother trade union organization. which inspired for unionization in almost all the sectors. The great leaders who got inspired from the trade union movement led by ITUC founded those unions, as was iterated by comrades here. In 1921, the slogan of complete independence came from AITUC second conference being held in Jharia. Let us understand, complete independence slogan came from the political platform only in 1929. And it was the working class of India which was the first in demanding complete independence from British Raj. Was it not a political battle for us? It's not only we passed resolution. Our AITUC leaders, before every Indian National Congress session, they reached there and they demanded that the political platform must adopt a resolution for complete independence. There is another feather in your cap. When in 30s, nearing 40s, Britishers started thinking it is becoming difficult in India, freedom movement is growing very fast. During that period, we have some kind of self-rule under British rule. Once again, who said that we don't accept this thing? AITUC was the first to go to the political parties of that era and to tell them, we passed complete independence resolution, you passed complete independence resolution in 1921-9. Where is the question of having self-rule under British rule? Now march on has to go on. We have to fight for complete independence. And if you want to make any rule, think in the terms of somebody which should think how India will be ruled after independence. That is how the concept of Constituent Assembly was laid down once again by the labor movement, the working class. So AITUC not only demanded that kind of assembly, so the Constituent Assembly came into being. AITUC was the first to submit the Charter of Demand to that assembly from the working class of our country. This is our background. And in post-independent India, we did not shy fighting anybody. Sainath was telling you here so many things. And before that, CHV told you that it was Nehru's period when V.V. Giri resigned and he had to go on back foot. Did it stop the trade unions, especially AITUC, to fight Pandit Nehru as because he happened to be our president earlier? No. From first Prime Minister till the Prime Minister today, it's our record of the trade unions. We fight with anybody who sits in the seat. If the interest of the workers, of the farmers, of the common people, and of the country are harmed by anybody, then we are the front rankers in fighting those policies. So if the policies damage us, the policies damage the country, the policy damages the downtrodden sections, to fight those policies is the politics of working class, and we are not away from that kind of politics of the working class. We are not political parties. We are trade unions, but we are not devoid of politics, away from politics. We do the politics of working class. Having said that, I must tell you, you are in Bombay. When Bal Gangadhar Tilak was arrested in 1908, AITUC was not yet founded. There was a call of Bharat Bandh and strikes. Wherever the unions were, they came in the forefront and they went on All India strike. There was no national organization. But what did the Bombay people do? Bombay people made Bombay tough for 6 days. Why? because Bal Gangadhar Tilak was given punishment for 6 years. They said for each year's punishment, Bombay will be closed. So the workers came on streets and Bombay was closed. This created great impression on the minds of freedom fighters that here is a working class which fights for itself but is also fighting for the nation and stands with the national freedom movement. And that's why, my friends, today in your this 29th National Conference, I have a message to you that India's freedom is at stake. India's sovereignty is at stake. Indian masses are put into trouble. The government is taken up the policies of selling the country's natural resources and national assets created out of those natural resources. It's not only banking sector or insurance sector or the service sector. Our manufacturing, the production area, our mining, our exploration, everything has been put in danger zone by the present regime. Then whose responsibility is to safeguard our natural resources and national assets? Who should be the front ranker in fighting it? It has to be we. Beginning with that, naturally, the trade unions collectively have been opposing the neoliberal economic policy since 1991. And since Mr. Narendra Modi came into power, we increased our battle because we understood very well that the present regime does not believe in public sector, does not believe in welfare state. What to talk of socialism? Our preamble of Indian Constitution talks of socialist republics, secular, democratic, socialist. All these words are sovereign. Republic of India we have to build. So leave the question of socialists. They don't even believe in welfare schemes or in the welfare state. So we are at that present juncture. And we didn't have any doubt that they will attack our public sector. We didn't have any doubt. We knew it, they will do it. Because that is what the rulers, present rulers, believe in. When in India, there was a debate in Indian Parliament in 55-56 to start public sector, have an industrial policy, have a self-reliant economic built up in India. The ancestors of Mr. Narendra Modi fought tooth and nail, and they said nothing doing. Only markets should control everything. Government has no business to do business. It is not a new slogan. This slogan was coined in 55-56. Do not forget that when bank nationalization was brought in the parliament, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, leading Bharatiya Janasangh Party, made a big speech against nationalization of the banking sector. Let us not forget, it was Balraj Madhok who went to Supreme Court to challenge the bank nationalization. We should remember that history also. When we remember the history of our working class, we should also remember who supported us and who opposed us, who stood with the working class, who stood with the public sector and who tried to sell the public sector. This has to be clearly demarcated by us. And that's why, my friends, the dangers are not imaginary. The dangers are real. Sainath has beautifully given all the figures about inequality report. I just add into it. When the report came last year, our government did not counter it. And the report had said, out of the total wealth of this country, top 1% are owning 22%. And the lowest 50% are owning only 13%, 1-3. But when the report has come this year, it tells us top 1% have increased their share in the total wealth from 22% to 40.5%. And the lowest 50% population, their share has gone down from 13% to 3%. That is the kind of inequality he was pointing out by giving figures. And situation is pretty bad. Crime Bureau's report this year told us, out of the total suicides which happened in India in 2022, 25% suicides were of daily wagers who earn daily, and then only their family can have some food and they survive. He was talking about hunger index. Indian government submitted a affidavit in Supreme Court. Supreme Court asked, why children below 5 years are dying in such large numbers? Government must reply, what is the reason? It is Modi government's own admission in the Supreme Court through affidavit that 65% children out of the total who are dying below 5 years, these 65% are dying because of malnutrition, kuposhan ki wajah se. So you can understand. Hunger is on rise, children are on crisis, workers are losing jobs, unemployment situation worsening, farmers till today are waiting for the justice to be done. They succeeded in having 3 laws to be taken back by the government because they created such an environment that present regime felt threatened that they will lose UP and Uttarakhand. So before those elections, they winded them up, and with great fanfare, Prime Minister was claiming that these 3 farm laws are very good for farmers, why they are not accepting. And finally he said, I could not convince them. It's not that. It is the land of farmers which he wants to give to Adanis and Ambanis. That's how the world crony capitalism is being used. And you heard how Adani grew. When he was telling that in 2013, he had this much of money. Before that, Mint had done a story that in 2001, 2002, he was not even worth of 4 crores. He could not take loan from any bank even to the tune of 4 crore. That was the status he had. And during chief ministership of Narendra Modi in Gujarat, he grew to that level up till 2012, that he had reached that kind of a figure which Comrade P. Sainath was telling here. So we know it. He spoke for 1.5 hours in Parliament, Lok Sabha, and more than 1 hour in Rajya Sabha. He did not utter Hindenburg report or Adani's name. Why? Why he is not answering it? Maybe perhaps if the inquiry is honestly conducted, these hands will not be reaching Adani's neck, they will be reaching Narendra Modi's neck. We should understand that. Where have they brought our country to? And when you question them, then they are there to use all democratic institutions to nail the opposition voices. We, the trade unions, are biggest resistance force in this country. And to tame us, to cripple us, to finish us off, labor codes have been designed. All those 4 labor codes are actually to crush the trade union movement. You may not be understanding your real strength, your striking power, your political message, but the rulers know very well. Organized trade union movement can create wonders have big movements, challenge the governments, force the governments to change their policies. And if they don't change policies, you create environment that those governments sitting on their heads, they are changed. This must be understood by us. For whom we are to fight, what for we are. Union of a particular sector has to defend the interest of workers of that sector. That's our routine work. So routine work we will continue doing. But the real work is present day situation, uniting with the unions of all sectors, understanding the dangers to our country, the danger to our common people, where they are being pushed to, our sovereignty being threatened, our natural resources being threatened, self-reliant economy being crushed. In that situation, the trade unions have to take the leading role. And from bank union comrades, I have lots of expectations to be playing the role. Your leaders had great vision, fought for nationalization of banks, ultimately succeeded in having it. But when did they succeed? Mind it. They succeeded when the political environment in this country got created in a way that the regime sitting over there, who wanted the help from the left politics to sustain majority in the parliament, that the left, the friends of the trade unions, put up the conditions. And the condition was, will you nationalize the banks? Will you nationalize insurance? Will you overtake the takeover of wholesale trade? Will you have a universal ration system for our poor citizens? Will you implement land reforms? Will you defend our farmers and the farming? Grow the agriculture sector? And the privy purses of these kings and queens? Several of the demands were placed. And Mrs. Gandhi at that time, she said, I will keep the promise, you keep the promise of saving me at the floor test. You should know that there was a division in Congress party, indicate and syndicate. And who galvanized it? V.V. Giriji galvanized it. How it happened? Mrs. Gandhi's official candidate, Sanjeeva Reddy, lost presidential election. And independent candidate, supported by the left, V.V. Giriji won the election. He became President of India. And Indira Gandhi's Congress split into two. At that stage, she wanted support. And the left did not demand ministries or the seats. They demanded the agenda of farmers, of agriculture poor, vulnerable masses. They wanted nationalization to be done in the interest of nation, for industry to grow, for agriculture to be better, for farmers to be helped, for youngsters to be helped in education, in health, and other inputs of the society. You already know it. People call white revolution, people call green revolution. Banks played a major role after nationalization. So from that point of view also you understand. Whenever the forces which side with the demands of the trade unions and the working masses, the working class, the farming community, when they get weakened, then you understand these movements also face challenges. They get weakened. The nation becomes weak. So we may not be political party, but we are leading the working masses. And that is where our role lies. For us to remain strengthened, those forces who side with the working class need to be strengthened. This also has to be understood. And that's why, my friends, whosoever says what, don't be afraid. Farmers were not afraid. They were told, you are terrorists, you are Khalistanis, you are getting funds from abroad. Why are you bringing children? Why are you bringing young? Why are you bringing old? But they were convinced they are on right path, as you give slogan Aibea is right path. You keep giving that slogan. They knew it is our right path and they won the battle. And that's where we have to learn lots of lessons from here and there. I talked about labor codes. I can tell you very frankly, if this present government continues in 2024, forget about any bipartite settlements in future. There won't be any pay commissions for the government employees. And there won't be trade unions fighting for the minimum wages for our workers, because these 4 codes are compromising everything. Recently, 2 unions who have 70% membership have been derecognized by Government of India. So unionization, union registration is becoming difficult, derecognition becoming easy, employers' punishments being reduced, and leaders' punishments being increased. Strike to be made impossible, not to be allowed. No inspection system. Contractualization, outsourcing to be made rampant. In every possible manner, the definition of wage to be changed. Occupational safety, health to be compromised. That you can understand. And on whose behest these labor laws are being brought and the labor codes are being brought to crush the trade unions? It's not only Indian corporates, it's the foreign corporates also. Delegates from Karnataka are sitting here. They know how Karnataka Assembly passed a bill amending Factory Act, making 8 hours to 12 hours. All the unions opposed it and gave a call of strike on 23rd March. They were called for conciliation by the government. When they said, why are you bringing this Factory Act? They were frankly told, we are not wanting it. It is on PMO's demand. Prime Minister met Apple company's leaders and they said, we are ready to invest, but change your Factory Act. Labor laws are in the concurrent list. State government and central government both have a role. But central government damn cares for federalism. Doesn't bother what state governments have any role to play. And how they are using their governors, you know very well. People from Tamil Nadu are sitting here. Pondicherry are sitting here. What is the role of governor? And you are sitting here in Maharashtra. Supreme Court just 2 days back has told what the role of the governor was wrong, role of the speaker was wrong. As because Uddhav Thackeray had resigned, so he could not be reinstated. But everything which was being done, it was wrong. So not letting anybody function, no consultation with trade unions ever on labor codes, no respect to Convention 144 of the Indian International Labour Organization. No Indian Labour Conference happened after 2015. And in Karnataka, no unions were consulted and this law was passed in the assembly. And so they said, Mr. Prime Minister met Apple company owners. They have demanded, we are compelled, we have prepared it. And the unions told us, they named 2 states, They said Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Two places, Mr. Prime Minister has promised Apple company. We told our Tamil Nadu people, it is going to come. No Tamil Nadu delegates are sitting here. They know it was brought in Tamil Nadu Assembly. We trade unions were not fighting in Karnataka alone. Then we fought in Tamil Nadu also. And immediately protests were started. And we said, so what if left is supporting along with others to M.K. Stalin's chief ministership and his government? But if anything is done wrong to the working class, we will not tolerate, and we came on the streets and we said we don't accept it. So remember this, for us, left, right or center, trade unions have always to be on guard. We know left politics supports working class, and that's what I told you very frankly. But even anything coming from the left government, which is not in the interest of working class, we don't shy. We go to the street. It may be Kerala, it could be Bengal earlier. Same thing in Tamil Nadu. We did it. And within 24 hours, Chief Minister had to come out with a statement, okay, I'm withdrawing it, I'm not implementing it. You know this thing. And 2 days back, what are the Apple owners telling? The best thing in India is that you get cheap labor. Another best thing is that the government gives great incentives to invest there. So you understand what for they are coming? What kind of business they want to do? Cheap labor means minimum wages should not be increased. Labor should not be protected. So I don't have time that I tell you what damage these labor codes will do to us. We have been telling, don't pursue it, but they brought these labor codes during COVID period, as they brought the laws for farmers. We said don't frame rules. During that period, they continued framed the rules. We said do not notify it, but they have notified all the 4 labor codes. They are not getting implemented because rules are yet not fully framed by all the states. And then in states, we are creating an environment. With the local governments, we will not allow you. You try and you will see how much disturbance comes in the industrial area. We have been challenging them. It is only because of that there is low pace. But indirectly they are trying to change here and there. Recently we saw what they are going to do in EPF, what they are planning about ESI, everywhere. Let us understand, comrades, very clearly. Hardly 7 to 8% workforce in India is protected by labor laws. And you come among them. Rest of the almost 90 to 93% labor force has no protection of any labor law. This attack of labor codes is on you. Those who are organized trade union movement, those which are a formal sector, those who are covered under those labor laws. Major attack is on you. The worker who is dying on the streets, not getting work or outsourced or contract, there is no protection for them. And the labor codes are actually whatever protection we could get that contract workers or the poor workers through minimum wages or payment of wages act, even that protection will go away. Because they are removing the trade unions from those committees which negotiate with the government on the minimum wages for our poor workers. So that is the kind of scenario we are facing. Hence, my submission to you that take the attack on your sector as part of total policy of the present government. They are against almost all public sector. They also are weakening the government departments. Round about 60 lakh sanctioned posts in the central government, state governments, public sector are lying. Government is not filling. Fixed term employment has been brought. Job security is at stake. How many things I can tell you? Inspectors are not to do inspections. They are designated as facilitators. They have to facilitate employers. They have not to help the workers. So whole thing is topsy-turvy. You look at the economy, it is in bad shape. You look at the social fabric, it is disturbed. Hate mongering is common. Communal fanaticism is being spread. When the government has nothing to tell you what are the achievements, what they have delivered, have they given 15 lakh? Have they given Achhe Din to people? Have they given 2 crore jobs to our youngsters every year? Hundreds of promises were made, and now they say they all were election jumlas. For them it's very easy to say whatever slogans we gave were only jumlas, means just for saying purpose we said it. When they don't have anything to tell in concrete what they have done good to the people, they divide them. They allow hatred. They allow vigilante groups for killings, lynching. Let us understand, we belong to a great civilization, India, home of all religions on this planet Earth. 3,000 plus are dialects of our languages. So many dresses, so many foods, so many cultural festivals. Great nation we are. But they have not only threatened the present, this network or the social fabric, they have threatened our civilization itself. So all kinds of shelter to such forces are coming. This will be dangerous for our country. We faced Britishers who believed in divide and rule, and we are facing, unfortunately, our own elected governments by the people who are following the same British dictum of divide and rule. But whenever I was questioned, I was cornered. Tell what will happen. Most popular leader, going ahead, आपको कौन पूछेगा? कुछ नहीं होने का. I always said, I believe in people. People are voting. I said, I believe in people. How many are voting? With the height of Pulwama and Balakot also, with all kind of hatred, with all kind of using money, they could only muster 37%. So 63% voters did not vote for them. They voted for others. So how come you believe that their agenda is succeeding? So I believe in people. I should congratulate you, especially the Karnataka people. They have shown them their path. Their place is shown. And in this inaugural speech, I would like to conclude, because we are very late already. I must say the message is very clear. We had 30th January Convention of all workers, central trade unions, along with our federations and associations, banks, insurance, defense, petroleum, all federations, associations together. Year-long program has been drafted. Bank unions always came forward in supporting all the central trade union calls. Central trade unions came out, as you see, very well tried to mobilize everybody. Whenever you gave a call of strike or any actions, we did it. So in the coming days from your conference, this should come up, that you will also be, whatever calls come, you will be fulfilling. That's one thing. Secondly, today is 13 May. GIC union leaders are sitting here. This is the day when 108 companies were brought together and general insurance came into public sector. This is the day. So your banks got nationalization insurance, and it was the period of 1969 onwards when the left had given support on the podium of the parliament, and Indira Gandhi's government could be saved at that time. So it was give and take. And you know, in 1996 to 98 period, that was the government which put all that denationalization agenda into the Raddika Tokri. And again from 2004 onwards, during UPA 1 period, we could achieve so many things for the common people, as well as we could defend our public sector, and denationalization agenda was put into the dustbin during that period. So understand the political message. The political message is very clear. Whenever you have regimes with your vigor at the masses level who are not anti-workers, we will gain. And whenever you have regimes who don't believe in public sector, don't believe in democracy, don't believe in unions, don't believe in farmers or agriculture workers, then the danger is there. Always attack will come. So we are clear that 2024 is very important year for us. And while approaching in that direction, in our respective sectors, we will put up our demand charters and fight. But collectively, we together challenge these government's policies. And also, keeping our unity together, keeping our nation together, just not letting hatred come into the working masses. No division politics be allowed here on the basis of religion, caste, or language, on anything. That is our duty. We have to do it and consciously do it, that unity be maintained, and create an environment in the country that either we are there, the democratic masses, the unions, the farmers, the common people, or those remain here, those who are trying to suppress everything. So 2024 is a testing time. And from this podium I want to say, ITUC being the leading force of the working class in overthrowing, along with other sections of the society, British Raj, ITUC being part of the builders of India through its participation of workers, today has taken a pledge in our 42nd conference which we held in Kerala. We will mobilize the masses and we will ask all trade unions to be together and see to it that 2024, this regime has to touch the dust and not to remain at the helms of affairs. Totally be clear. I told you, they believe in no public sector. They believe in only markets. They believe in homogenizing everything. No diversity, no respect to religions and culture. They don't deserve to be in the seat of power. They don't deserve to be there. And that's why, while you fight on your agenda, while being part of the trade unions together, you are proud chapter of World Federation Trade Union. Comrade Pembis is sitting here. He will be sharing his experiences, what is going on the world over. He will tell you how the regimes behaved during COVID period and how today international finance capital is aggressive. As we find, international and national capital both are aggressive on us. Comrade C.H. Venkatachalam happens to be chairperson of the Finance Commission of World Federation Trade Union. Your organization is playing very, very important role, how the bank unions from different countries have come. I also want to congratulate Comrade Rajan Nagar and Comrade CHV and your team. During COVID period, you continued keeping in touch with your cadres, activists and leaders through webinars and through other ways. That was very, very important activity to continue so that your comrades remain together and they keep understanding what all is going on. The fire must be on, and that they did it. I am very confident that your conference will come out with very good decisions for strengthening your unions. I find so many youngsters here. To the young people, I must tell you, you have come at a right place in AIBEA ranks. You have come at the right place. But then you have also to learn the history of AIBEA, learn the history of Trade Union Movement of India, AITUC, and in general Trade Union Movement, and take pride that you have joined union ranks. It is no small thing. Take pride in it, because that is the movement which speaks for human rights for everybody. That is the movement which talks of dignity of labor. And always remember, you were the same as you look at the unorganized sector today. You were the same. Your leaders and your unions brought you to this level for which you are much different and above than those people, unorganized sector. You were in that kind of situation only, your predecessors. And you reached this place only through unionizing and fighting. And politically being conscious always. Always taking correct decisions. And that's why I will say AIBEA is the right path, AIBOA is the right path, and you have to continue with this right path. I formally inaugurate your 29th All India Conference. All the success to you. Thank you.
Comrades, yeah, AIBA is on right path, and we are saluting Comrade Amarjit Kaur for his inspiring speech. And surely it will give us more courage and more determination to fight the anti-people, anti-nation policy of this government. We can assure, on behalf of all of you, we took part in United Movement and calls given by the trade unions, United Platform of Trade Unions. We took part not only in struggle, but in strikes also. We closed the shutter of banking industry at the call, joining the call with the central trade unions. We assured you that decision of 30th January will also be implemented by AIBEA. Please give with clapping, you approve that. You can be rest assured that AIB and bank employees will continue their fight as they did in last 75 years. We fought for the industry, we fought for our wages also. And both simultaneously we did it. Because at the time of foundation of AIBA on 20th April 1946, prior to that when there was bank but there was no union, bank employees were extremely exploited. when we decided to form the union, we never lost the sight what should be the fate of banking industry. So we decided that it should be under the control of the government and it should be nationalized. Now government's policy is to denationalize, and our policy is we are going to take decision from this conference demanding nationalization of all private banks in India. And we hope central trade unions, we will get the support of central trade unions in this fight. Now, you have heard that we are also part of the World Federation of Trade Unions, who is coordinating, steering, and taking forward the working class struggle throughout the globe. We are active partner of World Federation of Trade Unions and taking part in their program. On our invitation, Comrade Pembis Kirtisis, the General Secretary of World Federation of Trade Unions, have come to attend this conference. Now I request him to give his valuable speech to the masses.
Comrade Chairman, Comrade Amarjit, General Secretary of All India Trade Union Congress, and Vice President of WFTU, leaders of Aibea, comrades, foreign delegates, dear guests, brothers and sisters, delegates of the Conference of Aibea, on behalf of more than 105 million members of the World Federation of Trade Unions from 133 countries from all corners of the earth, I convey to you and through you to the bank employees and all the workers of India, militant class greetings. I sincerely thank the leadership of Aibea and personally its General Secretary, Comrade Vegachadalam, for the invitation to attend and address your conference on behalf of the World Trade Union Federation. Aibea is a valuable and historic member of the WFTU with a significant role in the foundation, development, and leadership of BIFU, the class-oriented international bank employees trade union, while Comrade Vegachadalam is repeatedly elected by the WFTU Presidential Council as the chairman of the Finance Control Committee of WFTU. Your conference takes place in a period when the crisis of capitalism is deepening and is attempted the consequences of the crisis to be shouldered by the working class through the open violation of democratic and trade union rights and the dramatic widening of social inequalities, poverty, and exploitation. The sharp and uncontrollable increase in prices of all basic necessities dissipates the living standard of the working peoples and pensioners, at the same time that multinationals and monopolies are reaching new records in profits. Workers and pensioners all over the world refuse to pay for the capitalist crisis and the imperialist wars. Through remarkable struggles, strikes, and mobilizations, they are fighting for the satisfaction of their contemporary needs, to defend the democratic and trade union freedoms, collective bargaining, and stable, permanent, and agreements-regulated labor, struggles for an end to imperialist wars and interventions, for an immediate end to the war in Ukraine, for the dissolution of NATO and all military coalitions, and the abolition of nuclear weapons, for an end to the imperialist blockades, sanctions, and economic wars. WFTU affiliates all over the world are at the forefront of these struggles. The sharpening of state repression and authoritarianism is the response of the bourgeois governments to the just popular demands. Unfortunately, with the tolerance of surrendered trade union leaders and the cooperation of yellow unions, the arrest of the former Secretary General of the International Trade Union Confederation, ITUC, not our ITUC, the other ITUC, Luca Vicentini, for a bribe scandal, confirms once again that the absence of a substantial reaction to the neoliberal anti-labor policies coexists with the corruption and the use of trade union positions for opposite purposes to the class interests of the working class. WFTU calls upon the militant trade unions all over the world to protect their autonomy and their class orientation away from bureaucracy, corruption, and manipulation by the capital and employers. Dear comrades, brothers and sisters, the crisis of the system certainly does not leave unaffected the financial sector. In the finance sector, just as in other sectors, it is the bank and insurance workers and their families who actually pay the consequences of rampant thirst for profits and dividends. Privatizations, mergers, collapses are now a daily practice in the banking system, a practice linked to mass layoffs and attacks against collective agreements and collective bargaining, attacks on the wages and pensions rights of the bank workers. Unfortunately, the present government in India, by promoting adverse changes in labor laws and privatization of many public sector companies and institutions, is pursuing such policies which are helping only the richer sections and the capitalist classes. For those who resist and who do not compromise with oppression, discrimination, and man-by-man exploitation, the path of dignity is the path of the struggles. We know that the All Indian Bank Employees Association, which is a leading organization, has been taking initiatives to build a united front of bank and insurance unions and to organize struggles to defeat bank invalidization and save public sector banks. Dear comrades, brothers and sisters, the weapon of the working class is solidarity and internationalism. Be sure that you can always rely on the solidarity and the support of the international class-oriented trade union movement. All together, shoulder to shoulder in struggles for a better world without imperialist wars and interventions and without man-by-man exploitation. I wish you every success in the works of your conference. Long live the workers' unity and struggles. Long live Aibea and WFTU.
Thank you very much, Comrade Pembish. We are also for solidarity of workers at international level, and we are committed to that, and we will continue our commitment to international unity of the workers. Our slogan is दुनिया के मजदूर एक हो. And now I invite Comrade Sanjeev Badlish, convener of United Forum of Bank Unions, which is, a most militant organization of bank employees, representing almost all unions, workmen unions and officers unions. And overall, 12th bipartite we achieved under his leadership.
11, sir.
11th bipartite. And 12th we will achieve it. 11th bipartite in which we cherish the bipartite which brought one nation, one salary and enormous financial benefit, and also we overcome the hurdles. So it is a pleasure for us that you are here. Now we request you to address the gathering.
Comrades, all of us know 11 bipartite settlement was a wonderful settlement, and that was possible only because of the close coordination between Aibea, NCBE, particularly our leader, Comrade Bandlish. So we are very happy that he is with us today.
Thank you, sir. The president of today's meeting, Comrade Rajan Nagar, the inaugurator of today's conference, and Comrade Amarjit Kaur, the General Secretary of All India Trade Union Congress, the other dignitaries sitting on the dais, the foreign delegates, the dignitaries sitting off the dais, and my dear comrades. I have come here to convey my best wishes for the success of this conference. By seeing you all, I found that this conference is already a successful conference. So on behalf of United Forum of Bank Unions and on behalf of National Confederation of Bank Employees, I congratulate Comrade Rajan Nagar and Comrade CHV for successfully organizing this conference, 29th annual this general conference, as well as the organizers of this meeting. And I hope the issues that is confronting all the bank employees in India, especially the United Forum of Bank Unions, you will discuss at length in your delegate session and take a suitable call for those demands which is confronting us, those issues which the Aibea and the government wants to implement, and we as the employees and officers of the banking industry are really do not want all those things to happen, and real issues like updation of pension, 5 days week, and all those important issues which are hanging as on date, we should be able to achieve it at the earliest. So with this, I convey once again on my behalf and on behalf of United Forum of Bank Unions and on behalf of militant comrades of National Confederation of Bank Employees, I wish you this conference a great success. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Give the cause. United Forum of Bank Unions Jindabad. United Forum of Bank Unions Jindabad. United Forum of Bank Unions Jindabad. Bank Employees Unity Jindabad. अब मौका है हमें सुनने का। कॉमरेड सुखदेव सिंह जी को, जिन्होंने ट्रेड यूनियन के आंदोलन में इतिहास की रचना की है। हमें हमारे देश के फार्मर्स पर, किसानों पर गर्व है, जिन्होंने मोदी सरकार को अपनी लड़ाई के माध्यम से और कठिन लड़ाई के माध्यम से, गरम वर्षा, सरकार की लाठी, टीयर गैस, सबकी उपेक्षा करते हुए एक नया इतिहास रचा, जिसमें मोदी सरकार ने अपने 3 फार्म लॉज, जिसे उन्होंने कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन करने के लिए एग्रीकल्चर में लाया था, उसे वापस ले जाने के लिए बाध्य दिया। सिर्फ बाध्य ही नहीं किया, उन्होंने औरों को भी इंस्पायर्ड किया उनके स्ट्रगल ने। हम लोग भी बैंक कर्मचारी आंदोलन में इंस्पायर्ड हुए कि नहीं, एक डिटरमाइंड लड़ाई लड़ने से इस सरकार को पीछे हटाया जा सकता है। सो वी सैल्यूट यू कॉमरेड सुखदेव सिंह जी, एंड नाउ वी रिक्वेस्ट यू टू आप अपने वक्तव्य को बोलें।
Respected Dais, प्रेसिडेंट राजन नागर जी, CHV जी, जनरल सेक्रेटरी साहब और कॉमरेड अमरजीत और डेलीगेट साथियों, मैं फार्मर कम्युनिटी से आता हूं, इसलिए इंग्लिश तो नहीं मैं बोल सकता, क्योंकि इंग्लिश तो ज़्यादा पढ़े लिखे लोगों की भाषा है, इसलिए यार हम ज़्यादा पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं। मैं आपसे हिंदी में ही बात करूंगा। मैं एक बात आपसे ये शेयर करना चाहता हूं कि खेती और किसानी का संकट आज ये अब शुरू नहीं हुआ था, जब 3 फार्मर लॉ बैकडोर से मोदी गवर्नमेंट लेकर आई थी। जे 1980 में करीब करीब पंजाब में खेती का, एग्रीकल्चर का क्राइसिस शुरू हो चुका था। उस समय हमारे सामने 2 प्रॉब्लम थी। एक प्रॉब्लम हमारे सामने थी कि हमारा जो लैंड है वो डिग्रेड होना शुरू हो गया था। हमारी लैंड की, सॉइल की जो हेल्थ है वो खराब होनी शुरू हो गई थी। पंजाब में पानी का संकट स्टार्ट हो गया था और पंजाब में खाने में जहर आना शुरू हो गया था, जिसकी वजह से बहुत सारी हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम स्टार्ट हो चुकी थी। शायद आपने सुना होगा कि बठिंडा से एक बीकानेर के लिए कैंसर ट्रेन चलती है, वो ऐसे नहीं चलने लगी, वो इस संकट का एक हिस्सा था। और अलग अलग किसान यूनियन ने इस पे अपनी बात फार्मर के सामने रख रही थी, लेकिन जैसे तैसे फार्मर को भी ये लग रहा था कि चलो काम चल रहा है यार, चलाते रहेंगे। तो उसमें क्या हुआ कि हम ज्यादा इनपुट्स डालने लगे, हमारी यूरिया की कंजम्पशन बढ़ गई, DAP की कंजम्पशन बढ़ गई, पोटास की बढ़ गई, और जितने भी ये फर्टिलाइजर हैं इनकी कंजम्पशन भी हमारी बढ़ गई। और ऐसे तरह पेस्टिसाइड, इंसेक्टिसाइड, बीडी साइड की कंजप्शन भी बढ़ गई और ट्रैक्टर महंगा हो गया। जैसे साईनाथ जी ने कहा कि हमारे पे तो यार वो टैक्स जीएसटी 16% लगा दिया, उधर 0% है, इधर 16। कार खरीदो 1 या 0% पे मिलती है और ट्रैक्टर खरीदो 16%। और ट्रैक्टर ने आपको भोजन देना है, कार ने आपको सिर्फ कार्बन एमिशन देना है या थोड़ी सहूलत देनी है। और उसमें ना वो चावल पैदा करती है, ना वो गंदम पैदा करती है, ना कोई और सब्जी फल फ्रूट पैदा करती। ट्रैक्टर ये सब कुछ करता है। और उससे क्या हुआ, उससे बात ये आई कि कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन बढ़ने से फार्मर पे डेप्ट शुरू हो गया। तो फिर वो कर्जा उठाने के लिए और कर्जा, उस कर्जे की किस्त भरने के लिए और कर्जा। और हमारे पंजाब के साथी बैठे हैं जो बैंक के वो आपके डेलीगेट हैं इस यूनियन के, उनको पता है कि पंजाब की 90% लैंड है जो वो अलग अलग बैंकों में आड़ रहन हो चुकी है, जाने वो प्लज हो गई है, अब आपके बैंक में हो गई है। उसमें एसबीआई में सबसे ज्यादा है। अब जो प्राइवेट बैंक आए हैं, पहले जब हम कर्जा लेने बैंक के पास जाते थे तो मैनेजर साहब से पूछते थे कि ये हमारी जमाबंदी है, फर्द है, सर बताओ ना कितना मिल जाएगा। तो वो बताते थे कि यार इतना ही मिलेगा। अब जो प्राइवेट बैंक आ गया है, उसके पास जब हम फर्द लेके जाते हैं तो वो पूछते हैं कि बाबा लेना कितना है ये बता। कर्जे का कोई तोड़ा नहीं, कर्जे की कोई कमी नहीं, लोन आपको उतना ही मिल जाएगा। लेकिन वो एक कनाल भी हमारे पास नहीं छोड़ता, सारी की सारी प्लज करा लेता है। अगर कोई झगड़ा हो जाए, अब हमारे 80% 85% फार्मर किसी की जमानत नहीं करवा सकते कोर्ट में से। ये कंडीशन पंजाब की है। अब जमानत कराने के लिए वकील बोलता है कि साफ नंबर चाहिए, क्योंकि बैंक वाले आप लोग तो यार उसमें रेड एंट्री कर देते हो, वो तो साफ नहीं रहते नंबर हमारे। और इसलिए इस संकट ने क्या किया कि जे चलता चलता जैसे पानी यहां पर आ गया ना, जब तब लोगों को ये लगा कि उधरों कोरोना का पीरियड आ गया और 5 जून 2020 को मोदी गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि अब तो कोई चूक ही नहीं रहा यार, अब कोई बोल भी नहीं सकता, सारा इंडिया बंद कर दिया इन्होंने। तो इन्होंने कहा कि अब फार्मर को ठीक करते हैं और इनकी सारी जमीन अब कंपनियों को सौंप देंगे। क्योंकि वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम ने 2017 में जो अपना एग्रीकल्चर विजन तय किया था, वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम वो बड़े लोगों का फोरम है, जो बड़े पैसे वाले लोग हैं, वो साल में एक समागम करते हैं। उनका एग्रीकल्चर विजन ये था कि इंडिया की एग्रीकल्चर को कैसे अपने कब्जे में लिया जाए। उसके लिए ये 5 जून 2020 को मोदी सरकार के साथ उनकी बात हुई और ये कानून मोदी सरकार ने सी लेकर आई। इसके पीछे वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम था। ये बात मैं आपके सामने इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि जब फार्मर स्ट्रगल हमारी ये हुई तो टेबल टॉक जब होती थी तो हमारा जो एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्टर था और हमारा जो इसका वो पीयूष गोयल जी थे, वो इसका वणज मंत्री था, वो उनको समझ में नहीं थी आती। वो फिर कहते थे कि यार अब थोड़ी वो कर लो, छुट्टी कर लो। फिर वो बैकडोर में चले जाते थे कमरे में, फिर वो पूछते थे कि यार ये तो ये कह रहे हैं, हम इसका क्या जवाब दें। मतलब जितनी टॉक हुई उसमें इनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं था। अगर इनके खुद के बनाए होते शायद कोई ना कोई लॉजिक तो उसका ये निकाल ही लेते। जे बिल्कुल कंडीशन इनकी ये होगी कि ये लॉजिक निकाल ही नहीं सके कोई। और सरकार बिल्कुल ही बैकफुट पे लॉजिकली चली गई। और उसमें क्या हुआ कि ये स्ट्रगल कामयाब क्यों हुई, फार्मर स्ट्रगल कामयाब क्यों हुई? ये कोई हमारी फार्मर लीडरशिप की वजह से नहीं हुई। मैं आपको क्लियर बताता हूं, ये इसलिए हुई कि पूरे की पूरी फार्मर कम्युनिटी को ये लगने लग गया कि अगर ये 3 कानून अगर इंप्लीमेंट हो गए तो हमारी जमीन गई और हम किसान नहीं कहला सकेंगे। क्योंकि 3 कानून में मेन तो यही था कि जिसमें से कि एपीएमसी है, जो एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस मार्केट कमेटी, और उसका एक्ट है जो वो खत्म करना था, जिसके जरिए एमएसपी मिलती है। अगर वो खत्म हो जाता तो एमएसपी खत्म हो जाती। तो पंजाब के फार्मर को ये लगने लग गया कि कोई जो यूपी की और बिहार की लेबर हमारे खेतों में काम करने आती है, वो भी तो फार्मर ही हैं। यूपी बिहार वाले जो काम करने आते हैं वो लैंडलेस नहीं आते, सारे लैंड ओनर आते हैं लेबर करने के लिए। और फिर उनको ये लगा कि यार हम भी ऐसे ही हो जाएंगे जब हमारे को एमएसपी ना मिली, तो हमारे को भी ये तो जहां तो आ जाते हैं, हम कहाँ जाएंगे? पाकिस्तान बढ़ने ही नहीं देता, इंडिया ने पूरी बड़ी तार लगा देती है, और जाएंगे तो जाएंगे कहाँ? तो जब ये कंडीशन हुई तो पूरी फार्मर कम्युनिटी को ये समझ आया कि अब आर पार की लड़ाई लड़नी पड़ेगी। और फार्मर कम्युनिटी का मेरा मतलब ये नहीं है कि जो खेत में काम करता है, मतलब उसकी पूरी फैमिली इन्वॉल्व होगी फार्मर की। को जो फार्मर, जो फैमिली का हेड था, जो उसकी मिसेज थी, उसके बच्चे थे, मतलब सारे के सारे इस मूवमेंट में लोग आए। पहले पहले तो जब हम स्ट्रगल करते थे तो माँ भी कहती थी कि क्या लेना है, जेल में चले जाएगा फिर क्या बनेगा। मिसेज भी कहती थी पहले तो कि अगर आप जेल में चले गए तो क्या, हमारा क्या बनेगा। और फिर सारे ये कहने लगे कि सब दिल्ली चलेंगे अब। मिसेज मेरे से आगे, बच्चा मेरे से आगे, और वो मेरे को कहें कि आप मत जाओ, पहले हमारे को जाने दो। मतलब ये कंडीशन हमारे घरों की हुई। और इसमें एक वजह ये हुई, दूसरी वजह ये कि सरकार ने पूरा जोर लगाया हमारी यूनिटी तोड़ने का, कि किसी तरीके से इसको हिंदू मुस्लिम कर लें, किसी तरीके तो इसको हिंदू सिख बना दें, किसी तरीके से इसको पाकिस्तानी खालिस्तानी बना दें। वो पूरा उन्होंने ट्राई की, लेकिन बढ़िया कुछ नहीं उनसे। उसकी वजह ये हुई कि पहले जो हमारे जो पानियों का एक झगड़ा है पंजाब और हरियाणा का और राजस्थान का, इसमें ये हमारे को लड़ाते थे। पंजाब वालों को लगता था कि हरियाणा पानी क्यों मांगता है, हरियाणा को लगता था कि पंजाब पानी ही नहीं देता। यही चीज राजस्थान की थी। तो जब वहां पंजाब और हरियाणा इकट्ठा होके बैठ गया बॉर्डरों पे, तो बीजेपी ने एक स्लोगन चलाया कि अब तो जरा पंजाब के सरदारों के साथ आपकी यूनिटी होगी ना जाटों की, फिर अब इनसे पानी ले लो ना। उनको ये लगता था ये पानी मांगेंगे, ये देंगे नहीं, इसलिए ये फट जाएंगे। वो कहते पानी लेके डूबना, जब जमीन अगर ना रही तो पानी का क्या करेंगे। मतलब ये आम फार्मर का मतलब जवाब था बीजेपी को, आम फार्मर का, आम जाट का, जिसको हरियाणा में हम राजस्थान का जो थोड़ा ये एरिया हरियाणा के साथ लगता है, जे वो जाट कम्युनिटी है ज्यादा, वो सीधी बात करती है, वो इधरी उधरी टेढ़ी बिंगी उनको करनी ही नहीं आती। और उससे क्या हुआ कि पूरी यूनिटी लोगों की बनी और फार्मर के साथ एग्रीकल्चर लेबर भी आई। एग्रीकल्चर लेबर को ये लगने लगा कि अगर इनकी जमीन चली गई ना तो हमारी लेबर भी जाएगी। फिर एग्रीकल्चर लेबर को तो ये लगा कि हम किसके खेत में काम करेंगे जिनके पास खेत ही नहीं रहा। तो हमारे कुछ कामरेडों पे लोग इतराज करने लगे, यार ये प्राइवेटाइजेशन की बड़ी बात करते हैं यार, कि प्राइवेट, क्योंकि लोगों को ये लगता है कि जे मेरे पास 5 एकड़ 10 एकड़ जमीन है वो तो मेरी प्राइवेट है, क्योंकि मेरे पर्सनल नाम पे है। फिर हमने उनको कहा कि नहीं यार, जे कारपोरेटाइजेशन कर रहे हैं, प्राइवेटाइजेशन नहीं कर रहे। सरकार प्राइवेटाइजेशन नहीं कर रही, वो तो खो रही है हमारे से। तो जिनकी प्राइवेट मालकी है, अगर मेरी 5 एकड़ जमीन मेरे से खोस वो मतलब छीन रहे हैं, तो प्राइवेटाइजेशन थोड़ी हुआ जा रहा। वो छीन के दे किसको रहे हैं? वो तो यार कंपनी को दे रहे हैं ना, वो तो अडानी अंबानी को दे रहे हैं यार। अडानी अंबानी को देने का मतलब कोई प्राइवेट करना थोड़ी है, वो तो कारपोरेटाइज करना है। तो फार्मर को समझ लगी कि ये बात ठीक है यार, कि कारपोरेटाइजेशन कर रहे हैं जी। इसलिए ये जब एक एक बात समझ में आम, मतलब जो इलिटरेट पर्सन भी हैं, हमारे फार्मर बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं जो ज्यादा पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं, उनको भी ये पता चलने लग गया कि WTO क्या है यार। पहले लोग कहते थे यार ये कामरेड आप बहुत करते हो WTO। फिर हमने समझाया कि अब ये आई है हमारी जो जमीन छीनने आई है, ये वो ही है। तो लोगों को पता, अब ये इतना लेवल लोगों का बना इस मूवमेंट में कि लोगों को WTO की है कि उसके वो टर्म्स ऑफ कंडीशन क्या है क्या नहीं है, ये बात अलग है। लेकिन उनको लगता है कि ये हमारे लिए खतरनाक चीज है और हम इससे खैड़ा छड़ाना है। हम इस जो WTO की बात करेगा हम उसके फेवर में नहीं जाएंगे। ये बात आम फार्मर को समझ में आई। इसलिए इस जो हमारी स्ट्रगल चली, देखो स्ट्रगल में ज्यादातर लोग उस समय आते हैं जब उनको ये लगता है कि अब और कोई रास्ता बचा नहीं। और इसकी एक ताजा एग्जांपल मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं कि ये जो रेसलिंग वाली लड़कियां बैठी हैं ना जंतर मंतर पे, वो एक दिन एक उनमें से वो लड़की फुगाट है जो वो कह रही थी कि हमें तो ये लगता था कि हम जाएंगे जंतर मंतर पे और एक दिन में बचाल आ जाएगा। क्या बचाल आ जाएगा कि लोग कहेंगे यार इतना इनसे गलत हो रहा है, तो मतलब सरकार तो हमें उसी समय बुला लेगी और बात करेगी, और वो हमारा जो अध्यक्ष है जिसने हमारे साथ जो सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट की है उसको अंदर दे देगी। पर उनको ये थोड़ी पता था कि फार्मर की तरह लड़ना पड़ेगा, ऐसे नहीं काम चलेगा। और रियल में मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि जिस दिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कह दिया कि देखो हमने तो FIR दर्ज करानी सी, कराती, अब अरेस्ट करना है नहीं करना, को क्या करना क्या नहीं करना, ये दिल्ली पुलिस करेगी। और अगर आप कोर्ट में जाना चाहते हो तो लोअर कोर्ट में या हाई कोर्ट में चले जाओ। तो सरकार को ये लगा, उनका भी मन टूट गया और सरकार को वही बात लगी जो बात इन्होंने गाजीपुर बॉर्डर पे की थी। रात को इनको ये लगता था कि उस दिन पूरा दिन बारिश होती रही, सारे उनके गद्दे वगैरह भीग गए। अब उनको लगा कि उनका वो जो घेरा था वो टाइट कर दिया। जब वो फट्टे लेकर आए सोने के लिए तो पुलिस ने उनको रोक दिया। असल में रात को वो धरने को उठाना चाहते थे, लेकिन हुआ जे वो लड़कियां जैसे टकैत रोआ था तो लड़कियां भी रोने लगी। वो लड़कियां रोने लगी तो लोग रात को ही 12 बजे के बाद, दिल्ली वाले साथ में हरियाणा लगता है, हरियाणा वाले मतलब सुबह तक तो पंजाब वाले भी वहां पहुंच गए और वो धरना मजबूत हो गया। अब मोदी की एक बात पक्की हो गई है कि वो हमें कहता था कि ये आंदोलन जीवी हैं, और हम कह रहे हैं हम पक्के आंदोलन जीवी हैं, हम आंदोलनों वालों का साथ देंगे। हम कोई कच्चे आंदोलन जीवी नहीं है। जो भी आंदोलन लड़ेगा, जिसके साथ भी बेइंसाफी होएगी, हम उसका साथ देंगे। और अब मैं आपको पक्का वादे नाल कह सकता हूं कि वो लड़कियां डटी रहेंगी, वो ये इनका आंदोलन भी कामयाब होएगा किसान आंदोलन की तरह। इसलिए जिसने भी आंदोलन कर रहे हैं, हम आंदोलन जीवी क्यों हैं? यार हमारी कोई बात ही नहीं सुनता। आंदोलन करना किसी का कोई शौक नहीं होता। जैसे इन पास्को के तहत यार एक्ट, पॉस्को एक्ट के तहत FIR दर्ज होगी, आम आदमी पे वही हुए, माँ बहन को भी उठा के ले जाती है पुलिस थाने में, उसको तो छोड़ नहीं क्या। यार वो बात ही नहीं सुनते कोई, तो कोई बात नहीं सुनता, फिर बात सुनाने का एक ही तरीका है। फिर वो एक तरीका कौन सा है? वो आंदोलन करो बस, फिर बात सुनी जाएगी। और फिर बात सुनी जाएगी, उसके बाद का प्रेशर बन गया और दूसरे लोगों ने साथ दे दिया तो बात बन जाएगी। इसलिए अब जितने भी हम लोग हैं, जैसे कामरेड अमरजीत ने कहा कि वर्कर हैं और आदिवासी हैं और फार्मर हैं, और उसमें ये है कि अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड वर्कर है, जो आप तो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वर्कर में आते हो, की श्रेणी में आते हो, जो अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड वर्कर है उसकी स्ट्रगल और फार्मर स्ट्रगल और आदिवासियों की स्ट्रगल और पूरे पब्लिक की इन्वायरमेंट के एंगल से स्ट्रगल, अगर ये चार चीजें इकट्ठी होगी तो हम पूरे सिस्टम को तब्दील करने में समर्थ हो सकते। इसलिए हमने जो फार्मर कम्युनिटी वाले लोग हैं, इसकी जीत का जो हमने ये लड़ा, स्ट्रगल लड़ी, उसका ज़्यादा जो मेन रहा, फोकस रहा उसका जो कारण रहा कि पूरी फार्मर कम्युनिटी एक रही और दूसरे सब लोगों ने, नॉन फार्मर कम्युनिटियाँ ने, जैसे आप लोगों ने भी साथ दिया, और उसके बाद धर्म वालों ने भी साथ दिया। और ये एक ऐसा आंदोलन था जिसमें राइट, लेफ्ट, सेंट्रलिस्ट सब किस्म के लोग एक मंच पे इकट्ठे हुए और किसी ने किसी को कोई मतलब बुरा नहीं कहा। एक स्टेज पे राइट भी बैठा था, लेफ्ट भी बैठा था, सेंट्रिस्ट भी बैठा था, और एक ट्राली में, क्योंकि हमारे झोपड़ियां ज्यादातर पहले तो ट्रालियों में थी, फिर हमने पक्की बना ली वहां, फिर तो वहां आपने देखा होगा हमने पूरी सबमर्सिबल मोटरां लगा लिया जिसमें वहीं रहना हो, और सरकार को भी पता लग गया कि अब जे उठेंगे नहीं यार, जे तो पक्का काम कर रहे हैं। और फिर जब वो झोपड़ियां बनी तो उसमें हरियाणा का जाट हुक्का लेके गुड़गुड़ कर रहा है और पंजाब का सिख कोले बैठा, उसको कोई ये नहीं कह रहा कि यार तम्बाकू मत। वैसे तो हमारे सिख तम्बाकू कोले पीने ही नहीं देते किसी को, ये सरदार बिल्कुल ही इसको पसंद नहीं करते तम्बाकू को, लेकिन क्योंकि स्ट्रगल में थे वो कहते थे भी थोड़ा इधर कर लो, गुड़गुड़ करते रहो। इसलिए ये चीजें कि लोगों की कैसी यूनिटी बनी और लोगों के वो 3 कानून इतने समझ में आए कि अगर ये इंप्लीमेंट हो गए तो हमारी जमीन नहीं रही। और इस करके ये जो इससे जो आम किसान है उसका जो बौद्धिक पद्धर है वो काफ़ी ऊंचा हुआ है। और मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि जो खेती किसानी का संकट इस समय है, 3 कानून खत्म होने से खेती किसानी का संकट खत्म नहीं हुआ। हम बस ये है कि 5 जून 2020 वाली स्थिति में ही गए हैं, कोई और हमारी कोई ज्यादा बेहतरी नहीं हुई। बेहतरी एक ही बात में हुई है कि आज भी लोगों को एक बात समझ में आ गई है कि जे कोई भी गलत काम हो रहा है तो आंदोलन करो। अगर इवन जैसे हमारे पंजाब में जे जो ऐसे ही लगा रखे थे ना, जे मतलब टोल प्लाजे जो रोड पे लगाए हैं, तो टोल प्लाजे तो यार पूरी मूवमेंट में बंद ही करवा दिए थे हमने। और अब भी कितने टोल प्लाजे लोगों ने खत्म करवा दिए, क्योंकि अब लोग पूछते हैं कि बता भी कितने तक का था तेरा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। वो पहले तो कोई पूछने ही नहीं सी जाता, वो चल ही जा रहे थे। अब लोग जाते हैं, यूनियन जाती है, पूछती है, अगर उसके पास वो कागज पत्र सही नहीं होता तो कहते हैं उठा इसको, और उठा देते हैं। इसलिए थोड़ा जे पैरेलल एक सिस्टम फार्मर का भी बन चुका है। इसलिए आंदोलन जी भी होना कोई माड़ी बात नहीं, और आंदोलन करना एक अच्छी, एक हेल्दी ट्रेंड है। और इसमें क्या है कि जैसे जैसे अब तो मैं बस लास्ट में यही कहना चाहता हूं कि कारपोरेट जो पॉलिसियां लेकर आ रहा है और उस पॉलिसियों को इम्प्लीमेंट हमारी सरकार कर रही है, और उससे क्या है, दो बातें हो रही है। बस मैं दो बातें करके आपके साथ अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा। एक ये है कि 2019 में सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने जो कारपोरेट टैक्स स्लैब थी वो 30% से कम करके 22% कर दी, यानी उनको 8% का रिबेट दे दिया। किसको? कारपोरेट को। और नई जो कारपोरेट कंपनियां आएंगी उनको कह दिया कि आपसे 15% ही लेंगे, उससे ज्यादा नहीं लेंगे। और उससे सरकार को 1.84 लाख करोड़ का लॉस हुआ। और उस लॉस को पूरा कैसे किया सरकार ने, मतलब ये पॉलिसी कैसे बनाते हैं, वो पूरा किया एक बात से, कि एक बात तो उन्होंने करी कि जीएसटी है जी वो आम वस्तुओं पे लगा दी। अब दूध ते भी जीएसटी है, दही ते भी जीएसटी है, और चीजों जो छोटी चीज आप खरीदोगे उस पर जीएसटी है। 25 किलो आटा खरीदोगे तो जीएसटी लगेगी, 26 किलो खरीदोगे नहीं लगेगी। और अब जो पिछले दिन ही एक रिपोर्ट आई है उसमें ये कहा गया है कि जो निचले 50% लोग हैं हमारे देश के, जिनके पास देश की वेल्थ का 3% है, उन्होंने 74% जीएसटी दी है। पहले मैं तो यही सोचता था, शायद और भी यही सोचते थे कि यार टैक्स तो अमीर देते हैं, लेकिन अब जो मोदी सरकार की पॉलिसी है वो ये कह रही है कि निचले 50% लोग जिनके पास भारत की, इंडिया की वेल्थ का 3% है, वो कितनी उन्होंने जीएसटी दी? 74%। और टॉप 10 जिनके पास 74% इंडिया की वेल्थ है, उन्होंने कितनी जीएसटी दी? 3%। और टैक्स कौन दे रहा है? आम पब्लिक दे रही है। और वो टैक्स लुटाया किसके जा रहा है? वो आपके बैंकों के जरिए एनपीए वो भी आप उसका नाम लेते हो, वो करते हैं, उनको माफ हो जाता है वो। इसलिए एक बात तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जो गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी है ये पब्लिक के एंटी है, और ये पब्लिक को इस बात के समझना चाहिए कि ये कारपोरेट को क्यों फेवर करती है और आम लोगों को क्यों खिलाफ जाती है। और लास्ट में मैं जो एक बात आपको कहना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि आप बैंक वाले लोग हो, इसलिए मैं आपसे ये बात शेयर करना चाहता हूं कि एक बोलते हैं अर्थ ओवरशूट डे। अर्थ ओवरशूट डे बोला जाता है, आप गूगल करके देख लेना इसको, कि जो हमारी अर्थ है, पूरी दुनिया की जो हमारी अर्थ है, ये एक साल में अपने आप को रिवाइव करती है बायोलॉजिकली, और वो हमें फैसिलिटी देती है, चाहे हमें हवा की फैसिलिटी दे, पानी की दे, कोई भोजन की दे, जंगल की दे, कुछ भी दे। वो अर्थ छूट डे अब ये हो रहा है कि ये 1970 में शुरू हुआ था। उस समय हमने जो अपना एक पूरा साल का बैलेंस था वो 30 दिसंबर को खत्म करना शुरू कर दिया था। अब इस साल हम जो अर्थ ओवरशूट डे आ वो 27 जुलाई को खत्म कर देंगे। यानी जो एक साल 31 दिसंबर तक हमारी अर्थ ने हमारे को फैसिलिटी देनी थी, वो हम 27 जुलाई तक ही खत्म कर देंगे। उसके बाद जितना उठाएंगे उससे, वो ये है कि जैसे एक बच्चा होता है, उसका राइट होता है कि माँ का दूध ले, लेकिन उसका ये राइट नहीं होता कि माँ का खून पिए। दूध पीने का राइट है, खून पीने का राइट नहीं। जे हम खून पीने के बाद अपनी बात है जी बात चली गई। और ये जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमें बड़े डेवलप्ड कंट्री हैं, जैसे आज स्विट्जरलैंड का अर्थ ओवरशूट डे खत्म हो गया 13 मई को, यानी उन्होंने अपनी दुकान 13 मई तक खत्म करती। अब जितना वो खाएंगे वो खून ही पिएंगे धरती माँ का, और जिससे आ रहा हमारा पूरा एनवायरनमेंट है वो ध्वस्त हो रहा है। अगर एनवायरनमेंट खराब हो, जैसे जैसे एनवायरनमेंट खराब हो रहा है, जैसे जैसे ग्लोबल वार्मिंग बढ़ रही है, देखो हमारे फार्मर कम्युनिटी पे तो उसका बहुत बुरा असर पड़ रहा है। हमारी क्रॉप के यील्ड कम हो रही है, हमारी सॉइल की फर्टिलिटी कम हो रही है, कहीं बाढ़ कहीं सूखा, ये प्रॉब्लम हमारे सामने आ रही है। और ये अगर हमारे सामने फूड की प्रॉब्लम आई तो फूड इनसिक्योरिटी पूरी दुनिया में आ जाएगी, और फूड सिक्योरिटी पूरी दुनिया में आएगी, हमारे मुल्क में भी आएगी। इसलिए एनवायरनमेंट को समझना, उसकी मूवमेंट को एग्रीकल्चर के साथ जोड़ना, एग्रीकल्चर को फूड सिक्योरिटी के साथ जोड़ना, और फूड सिक्योरिटी को हंगर के साथ जोड़ना, माल न्यूट्रिशन के साथ जोड़ना, ह्यूमन हेल्थ के साथ जोड़ना, ये साढ़े लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है, जरूरी है। अगर हम ये जोड़ लेंगे और जितने भी ये लड़ने वाले लोग हैं, ये सारे आंदोलन जी भी इकट्ठे हो जाएंगे, तो हम इस कारपोरेट सिस्टम को उखाड़ सकते हैं, हम प्रो नेचर प्रो ह्यूमन सिस्टम को अच्छा बना सकते हैं। आपने टाइम दिया, सुना, और आपका और पूरी लीडरशिप का आपकी का बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
कॉमरेड सुखदेव सिंह जी को हम लोगों की तरफ से लाल सलाम। उन्होंने इस जो फार्मर आंदोलन चला उसको इतने सहज तरीके से हमें समझाया, वो हमारे आंदोलन में भी मददगार होगा। हम आपके शुक्रगुजार हैं। आपने एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या की तरफ इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का ध्यान आकर्षित किया है, दैट इज क्लाइमेट चेंज, इन्वायरमेंट एंड इट्स रिलेशन विथ ऑल दिस प्रॉब्लम्स। ये जो आपने कहा है, हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस निश्चय इसके ऊपर विचार करेगी। अब मैं बुलाता हूं कॉमरेड राजेश कुमार को, जो ऑल इंडिया LIC एम्प्लॉइज फेडरेशन के महासचिव हैं।
Come here, please sit down. Where are you going? Dinner is not ready. Please sit down.
Leaders on the dais and my fellow comrades, at the outset, I would like to thank Aibea for extending me the invitation. Lot has been said and I don't have to say anything. After hearing Comrade Amarjit Kaur and P. Sainath, reputation is not good. So I wish the conference a grand success. And one important message from our side is that the government is trying to weaken, liquidate all the public sectors, and to defend politicalization of the worker is must. Thank you, comrades.
धन्यवाद राजेश। Now I invite Comrade Trilok Singh, General GIE AIA.
धन्यवाद साथी नागर जी। साथियों, अभी नीचे से कुछ आवाजें आ रही थी आहा ऊ की, तो मैं समझता हूं कि अब आपके बीच में बहुत ज़्यादा समय डायस नहीं लेगा। लेकिन साथियों, क्योंकि आज विश्व स्तर पर WFTO के यहाँ शीर्ष नेता मौजूद हैं, ऑल इंडिया ट्रेड यूनियन कांग्रेस की महासचिव मौजूद हैं, और हम सबके प्यारे नेता साथी CHB ने कहा था कि संसद में जब कोई आवाज कर्मचारियों की कहीं खो जाती है तो हमारे बीच में एक ऐसे सांसद भी यहाँ मौजूद हैं, साथी विनोय विश्वम, जो हमारी आवाज़ को वहाँ संसद में पहुँचाते हैं। तो उनको भी मैं यहाँ उनका स्मरण करते हुए मैं कुछ नारे देना चाहूँगा साथियों, और उसके बाद 2 मिनट आपका लेना चाहूँगा। दुनिया भर के मजदूरों, दुनिया भर के मजदूरों, ऑल इंडिया ट्रेड यूनियन कांग्रेस जिंदाबाद, ऑल इंडिया ट्रेड यूनियन कांग्रेस जिंदाबाद, एआईबीआई जिंदाबाद, एआईबीआई जिंदाबाद, बैंक बीमा क्षेत्र की एकता जिंदाबाद। धन्यवाद साथियों। साथियों, कॉमरेड सीएचबी आपके जो प्रिय नेता हैं, हमारे कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी ऑफ बैंक और इंश्योरेंस एम्प्लॉयज के भी प्यारे नेता हैं, और मैं साथी सीएचबी को इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहूँगा। और साथियों, समय कम है तो एक ही बात पे मैं केंद्रित रहना चाहूँगा कि अभी साथी नागर जी ने कहा और मैंने देखा, मैंने पढ़ा कि पिछले 30 सालों में आपने बैंकिंग इंडस्ट्री को निजी हाथों में जाने से पहले 53 आपने हड़तालें की हैं साथियों। तो इसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत क्रांतिकारी अभिनंदन। साथियों, पूरा देश भर जो है आपको सलाम करता है, आपके जज्बे को सलाम करता है कि आपने हिंदुस्तान भर को जो रास्ता दिखाया है, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप और बढ़ चढ़ के जो है अपने संघर्ष को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं साथियों कि कैसे पिछले 2 साल के भीतर भारतीय संसद में इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री को कमजोर करने के लिए जीवना अमेंडमेंट एक्ट जो है सरकार ने पारित किया। साथियों, आप लोग इस बात से वाकिफ हैं कि नहीं है? तो साथियों, आप समझ सकते हैं कि हमारे संघर्ष के बावजूद, साथी विनोय विश्वम के संघर्ष के बावजूद, इस सरकार ने इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर को जो है कमजोर करने की भरसक कोशिश करी। और ये अभी आपने देखा कि हिडनबर्ग की रिपोर्ट में ये बात स्पष्ट हो गई कि फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर की पीठ पे किस तरह छुरा घोंपा गया। कहां एसबीआई से जो है 40,000 करोड़ रुपया अडानी की इन्वेस्टमेंट कंपनियों में लगाया गया, और हमारे साथी राजेश जी जो अभी यहाँ आए थे, 30,000 करोड़ रुपया करीब जो है एलआईसी के माध्यम से वहां इन्वेस्ट हुआ, 250 करोड़ रुपया जीआईसी के माध्यम से वहां इन्वेस्ट हुआ। तो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मैं निवेदन करूंगा आप सबसे कि देश के हित में, समाज के हित में और आने वाले साल को एक संघर्ष का साल बनाने के लिए ये जो हिडनबर्ग की रिपोर्ट आई है साथियों, उसमें जो अडानी और जो तमाम एनपीएस से संबंधित इस देश के जो तमाम जो ताकतें हैं जिनके खिलाफ हम लड़ रहे हैं, ये कॉन्फ्रेंस अपने संघर्ष को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए अपने मुद्दों पे जो है चर्चा करने के साथ साथ इस रिपोर्ट को भी जो है रिजोल्यूशन में पास करेगी, और आने वाले समय में पूरे देश भर में ऐसी ताकतों के खिलाफ मजबूती से बिगुल बजाएगी। ये मेरा मानना है। और मैं आपको साथियों एक और बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि जहां जीवना अमेंडमेंट एक्ट पारित हुआ, लेकिन साथियों एआईबीआई के नेतृत्व में, यूनाइटेड फोरम ऑफ बैंक एम्प्लॉयज के नेतृत्व में आपने आज तक जो है बैंक का जो अमेंडमेंट एक्ट है उसे पारित नहीं होने दिया। इसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई साथियों। और मैं इन चंद शब्दों के साथ आपका ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है ये सफल हो, बैंकिंग के साथी जो हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान भर के साथियों को संघर्ष का रास्ता दिखाएं। धन्यवाद साथियों। थैंक यू सो मच कॉमरेड। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद कॉमरेड त्रिलोक सिंह। Now I invite Comrade Sanjay Khan of AIBOA, leader of AIBOA, to address the gathering. Where is Sanjay?
Respected Presidium, Chairman Reception Committee, and galaxy of leaders sitting on the dais, the leader of the WFTU, and our own beloved leader of AITC, Comrade Amarjit Kaur, and dear comrades, delegates, observers, brothers and sisters. A small sapling planted on April 20th, 1946 has gone and grown as a gigantic banyan tree for the home and shelter for the 5 lakhs of the bank employees and shades for the rest banking fraternity. Issue has been spoken by past speakers, and we all are aware that what else our banking industries and what the attacks are there. Since the attack is of fundamental in nature, the unions with proper trade union understanding and the same ideology alone can put us a big fight against all these attacks. Hence, the importance of the unity of AIB and AIBO needs not further elaboration. We have come from AIBA. We carry the birthmark on our body. So from the AIBOA, I greet each one of you, extend the greetings to all the success, glorious success for this conference, 29th conference of All India Bank Employees Association, and wish all the success to this conference. Thank you, comrade. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Sanjay Khan. Now I invite Comrade H.C. Jain, General Secretary of All India Bank Retiree Federation, जिनके नेतृत्व में बैंक रिटायरी एम्प्लॉइयों का एक मजबूत संगठन आगे बढ़ रहा है, मैं उनसे दरखास्त करता हूं कि बोलें कुछ.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, delegates and observers coming from all parts of the country. It's a great honor and proud privilege for me to get an opportunity to attend this historical conference of AIBA. I represent bank retirees, and I need not tell that I am also bank retiree. It's a relatively new movement in this country, and it started somewhere in 2000 and not very old. And in our organization, AIBRF, we give full mark, we dedicate this movement to AIBA, because we remember when the Indian economy was very calm and quiet in 80s and 90s of the last century. That time, the visionary leaders of AIB, they could realize the importance of a pension scheme, and they struggled, they fought for it, and they could bring it. So we always see AIBA as with lot of respect and regard, and we hope that our issues for which we are fighting at present, and the biggest issue is that after the lapse of almost 25 years, the pension improvement, which we call as an updation of pension, is not getting achieved. In our organization, the youngest member is 61 years old, and the oldest one is 96. You can understand the importance of the time for them. Every day is very important, and therefore, we know that the AIBA, UFBU has been working very hard to achieve the updation, this long pending issue, but the time factor should also be taken into account, and it should be achieved at the earliest. I hope this conference will have a deliberation on this aspect and see that a strategy is drawn so that this issue, long pending issue, is resolved at the earliest. On my personal behalf and on behalf of my organization, AIBRF, I extend the heartiest greeting to all the delegates, observers, I congratulate, compliment each one of you, and I wish that this conference will prove to be a very historical conference and will give a direction to the working class in this country, which is passing through a very challenging time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade S.C. Jain ji. I can only say that regarding this pension is a very important issue for Aibea. And the pension which we are enjoying, it is the struggle of Aibea and also the efforts of Comrade Tarkeshwar Chakravarti that on 29th October 1993, pension settlement was signed in banking industry despite opposition of many. So it was brought by the Aibea and different unions. I do not want to name who opposed. And that way, we brought the pension as a social security measure for the employees. Also, another option for the pension, which came with a cost. In 1993, when we achieved the pension, it was not related to cost. But when we achieved the option, it come with the cost and people took it by paying the cost for taking the pension. Thereafter also improvement we tried. Family pension improvement, you are aware that it is the vigorous attempt by Aibea that we achieved it. Pension updation is our agenda. Also, pension-related other issues are also our agenda. We are pursuing the same. But the thing is that sometimes we are misunderstood or thought that we are very slow. But it should be known to all of us that in a service condition or wage or financial benefits, achieving the same is not very easy task. You might have seen that it took us 3 years to achieve 11th bipartite settlement. Bankers started with 2% and we staged it up to the 15%. It took time. I am not telling that it is very difficult to say that when pension updation will come. But I can assure one thing on behalf of Aibea that we are sincerely trying for the updation of the pension and working on it. And I hope ultimately we believe that we will reach to successful goal. That is our say to the pension. Now I request, now Comrade CHV will announce tomorrow's programs and other things. Then Comrade Ram Babu, B.S. Ram Babu, who has participated in a very nice songs, Aibea Jindabad, and entertained us. He will give the vote of thanks.
Comrades, after the conclusion of this program, there will be cultural program, so you can continue. In the meantime, dinner is also ready. It's about 7 to 10 minutes walking. And you just follow the Aibea festoons, you will reach dinner. If you follow Aibea festoon, you will go to the right place. That's what we are trying to say. So follow Aibea festoon and go for the dinner place. From there, dono. From there, buses will be there to take you to your respective places. But if you keep on delaying, then buses will go. So kindly cooperate, that is one thing. Second, tomorrow morning by 8 o'clock, breakfast will be ready. And by 9:30, we are starting the session. Tomorrow our beloved leader, Comrade Binay Viswam, will speak. Madam Supriya Sule and other dignitaries, and importantly, our foreign delegates also will be giving their message. So we have to start the session in time. So 9:29 we shall start. 9:29, not 9:30. So kindly cooperate, sleep early, get up early, and then come here for breakfast by 8 o'clock. And we request your cooperation to come in the discussions, debate, our delegate session in time tomorrow. Thank you.
Comrades, the inaugural public session of the 29th Conference of All India Bank Employees Association has come to conclusion now. It has given a lot of memories, not only to the 3,000 plus comrades who have physically attended this inaugural public session, but more than 60,000 comrades have seen on live this particular inaugural session. And as I told you, the memories have just like that, it has not come, but it has been provided by the various speakers who have participated in the inaugural session. We are very much thankful to Comrade Sainath, a very experienced, comrade please. A very experienced journalist, and is a very experienced research scholar towards the workers and especially agriculture workers in this country. And in his address, while explaining so many things to all of us, on one or two occasions he has mentioned that wherever in the country any agitation goes, there the comrades from All India Bank Employees Association were not only supporting that agitators physically but also financially also. That is a great appreciation to all of us. And by listening to his experiences, I think most of you have come to a conclusion that hereafter our commitment towards the agitating comrades must be doubled, and anywhere anything happens, as a person, as a trade unionist who is committed to the welfare of the comrades, we have to continue our this type of social identification programs and this type of the solidarity to the agitating comrades. We are very much thankful to Comrade Sainath for his beautiful address as a chairman of the reception committee. Our own comrade, Comrade Amarjit Kaur, General Secretary of All India Trade Union Congress, our own comrade. She is not only representing 1 crore 40 lakhs of the members of All India Trade Union Congress, but she is representing crores and crores of the workers in this country. For the last several years, comrades, when I am appreciating and praising, kindly clap. She has been associating herself with our activity in every state, providing a lot of courage to all of us, and we are happy that not only she has spared a lot of statistical data to all of us, but she has given inspiration to all of us that in future we have to we have to double our commitment towards the cause of the workers. We are very much thankful, Comrade Amarjit Kaur, for sparing his valuable time to address all of us. Comrade Pambris Kiritises, the General Secretary of WFTU, all the way, he has come from Cyprus to participate in this general inaugural public session here. We are very much happy. He has not only shared all of the experiences throughout the world, what is happening in various countries, what is happening. By listening to his address, we are really fortunate enough to have his experiences in a better way. Coming to Comrade Sukhdev Singh, we have decided long back that to listen to the experiences of the former leaders, because after the freedom struggle, we all know that the only one struggle who was very successful in this country, not only successful, but provided a lot of inspiration to all of us. So directly listening to a former leader who was there in front of all these people led the movement to a successful conclusion. Not only they have made the government to kneel down, they have made the Prime Minister of the country to declare that farm laws are abolished. We are aware during their struggle, some of the parliament members have told this is a sponsored agitation We are not going to change even a comma or full stop in the formulas. But very same government was made to kneel down and cancel the formulas, abolish the formulas. That is the greatness now in the recent past we have experienced. We are very much thankful. Comrade Sukhdev Singh, all the way has come from Delhi. Yeah. And Comrade Bandrish, our own comrade, the convener of the United Forum of Bank Unions, all the way has come from Chandigarh and has participated. Definitely, we have to strengthen United Forum in a further better way. And we believe that further cementing the United Forum will definitely yield the results. We are thankful to Comrade Bandrish, all the way has come here and participated. We are very much thankful to the leaders of LIC, GIC, ABOA, and the retiree leaders. All the way they have come. They have shared their experiences. We are also assuring them that whenever they need the support of All India Bank Employees Association, all the comrades, more than 4.5 lakhs members of the All India Bank Employees Association, were ready to extend any sort of solidarity and support to the other comrades. Then so many foreign comrades are here now. They have all the way come from the various countries. More than 39 people have attended our 29th conference of AABA. It's a history. All the time they have spent a lot of valuable time and they are here. We are very much thankful to them. And we are very much thankful to all of you also. Right from the morning 9 o'clock or 8:30, you are here and you have really enjoyed the deliberations. And above all now, finally, I thank Comrade Rajan Nagar, the President of All India Bank Employees Association, for conducting the inaugural public session in a memorable way. Thank you, comrades. Tomorrow morning by 9 o'clock we'll meet. Comrades, now national anthem, then afterwards you can go. You can stand up in your own places and start singing it. Jana Gana Mana Adinayaka Jaya He. Bharata Ranga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Ujjvala Jaladhita Ranga Tava Subhaname Jage Tava Subhashisha Mage Gahe Tava Jaya Gadha Janagana Mangala Dhayaka Jaya He Bharata Bhagya Vidata Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya Jaya Jaya Jaya He. Group photo.